think we are ready to start. Welcome everyone to the July 1st, 2026 City Council Work Session meeting. Our meetings are public and you're welcome to join us in person or by watching from the council agenda page. You can also join us through Zoom or watching in YouTube. We hope you continue to join us whichever manner you feel the most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. You can join us tonight at 7 p.m. for a formal meeting to share your comments. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime. You can send us your feedback by mail at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114. You can also email us your comments at council.comments@slc.gov. You can also call our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted on our website, slc.gov/council. Our first agenda item today is a resolution for a waiver of proximity for Silverside Deli at 2122 South Highland Drive. We're going to welcome at the table Austin Kimmel, council policy analyst, to give us an introduction, and we're going to have Nick Norris, planning director, and Arturo Garcia, director of finance operations, and Jennifer Madrigal from the city licensing manager at the table too. Austin.
Thanks, council members. This is a proposal to consider a request for an alcohol proximity waiver for Silverside Deli, which is a restaurant at 2122 South Highland Drive in District 7. During the 2026 legislative session, the Utah State Legislature approved a new process for cities to authorize variances when a restaurant wants to serve alcohol but may be too close to a community location, such as a public park, playground, or library. Before a retail license can be issued by the Department of Alcohol Beverage Services, or DABS, the City Council must approve an alcohol proximity waiver. These variances require a public hearing, and after 30 days from when that public hearing is held, the council may approve the waiver. And with that, I will turn it over to Arturo.
Thank you, council members. I'm going to go ahead and skip a lot of my information since Austin did an amazing job.
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Yep.
So sorry. Thank you.
Because this restaurant's located across the street from the library, the state law requires the city to hold the public hearing and approve a waiver before the Utah Department of Alcohol Beverages and Services can issue an on-premise alcohol license. If we can go over to the next slide, please. So the direct pedestrian path from the library located to the entrance of the proposed restaurant is approximately 389 feet, which exceeds the requirement in Utah code. However, when it's measured in a direct line, it's short by 110 feet, as we will see in the next slide. If we can, thank you. So the current zoning permits restaurant and does not require land use approval to serve alcohol. This is an MU11 zone. In the planning report, the library has an outdoor reading area at the rear, which is not visible from the restaurant. And there's also a children's area in the basement of the library. In the same building where Silverside Deli is located, there are other restaurants that are licensed to serve alcohol. These restaurants were approved before the current proximity rules. And then just south of the library is a Sugar House Station that's on the bottom right on that picture. And they are classified as a bar and restaurant establishment. Just to conclude as well, the straight line is approximately 90 feet, so it's short by 110 feet. So planning division finds no impact to the library if the straight line waiver is approved. And if we can go to the last slide, please. So public input is required before council may authorize local consent, and we would need to wait 30 days before you may authorize business license to sign off on the on the waiver. Any questions for me?
Council members?
Just to make it, there's also a restaurant, I think, right next door, adjacent to the library. And then there's the restaurants across the street at the corner of 21st and Highland. So I think this is an easy waiver to approve from my perspective.
The use directly south of the library is actually a bar,
Right.
21 and over.
Yeah. So,
Yes. Thank you for the information.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you, Council.
I appreciate the information. I appreciate this process that the legislature allow us to have. I also want to highlight that the city does, takes additional steps to communicate with the neighbors. They're not required by the law, but we want to ensure that the neighbors nearby know about this, and so we send them, some mail to ensure that everybody has a voice at the table when these decisions are made. So I appreciate that process that is beyond what the law requires. Now we are moving on to item number 2, which is an ordinance for a maximum daily water use text amendment. We're going to keep Austin Kimmel at the table, our council policy analyst. We're going to keep Nick Norris at the table. Thank you, Planning Director. But we want to welcome Laura Briefer, Director of Public Utilities, to the table. Austin.
Thanks, council members. I'll just give a very quick introduction before handing it over to Nick. This is a proposal to amend Salt Lake City Code, Title 21A, to limit water use to new non-residential land uses with some exceptions. The proposed text amendment would cap maximum daily use for new non-residential properties at 200,000 gallons per day for these properties. This mirrors a recent proposal the council approved in March of this year, in which it limited the maximum daily water use in Chapter Title 17 of City Code, which regulates public services like utilities and defines that maximum water use. I'll turn that over to Nick now to go into a little bit more details.
All right, next slide, please. As Austin just mentioned, this proposal's in reaction to the temporary land use regulations that the City Council adopted on March 24th of this year. Under state code, they can be in effect for 180 days unless the city makes those temporary regulations permanent, which would have to happen before September 20th, 2026. Next slide. So just to recap why that temporary land use regulation was enacted, primarily due to a couple of climate-related realities that we are facing with the warmest winter on record, also I think the driest. And that trend has mostly continued, at least for our area, and so if not gotten worse. So next slide. So the key changes here really focus on the exempt land uses. You can see the stricken language is the old code before the temporary land use regulations, and underlined is new. The primary change is that it was related to government owned or operated facilities that primarily provide social services. And our zoning code, there's been some questions about what that means, and our zoning code doesn't define what a social service is, but it does direct us to Webster's dictionary when we don't have a definition. And that definition of social services is a program or effort designed to promote human or societal well-being, specifically organized help for people who are in need of assistance with basic needs, such as food, housing, safety, or job training, or with medical needs such as addiction or mental illness. So that's the definition of that we would use when we're interpreting our code. And I believe that's all we have.
Councilmember Petro.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my typical water usage question. Can you give me an example? What does 200,000 gallons of water a day look like?
That is actually a pretty high water use. And when we first enacted the changes to Title or to Chapter 17 and the land use ordinance back in 2021, 2022. We did an analysis of all of the large water users on our system. And what we found is most industry can fit within that 200,000 gallons per day. So that includes things like some food processing.
Breweries.
Exactly. Some other government facilities, hospitals, those types of things. It really, we really didn't have a lot of uses above 200,000 gallons per day, except for some extreme outliers like oil refining. And just to give a little bit more context, when we did that analysis, it was largely in response to a lot of proposals we were getting in areas of the city that were just being developed, such as the Northwest Quadrant, in a much more industrial context. And we wanted to make sure that we were being good stewards of our water resources as we move forward, and also a result of a growing Water Smart workshop that Nick and I attended for a couple of days to think about the ways we tie land use and water together.
So then, acknowledging that most of our industry, especially, we inherited the refineries, like you said, they've been here a century now, so we're learning to coexist with them, but they are not the template for what we are moving forward. So with the understanding that most of our industry is well within this 200,000, and with the acknowledgement that I think my district has the only remaining rural land in the city, and does not have large farms, although I probably should ask what 200,000 agricultural gallons accomplishes. I'm wondering how we arrived at these exemptions, because we don't have, for hospitals and for agriculture, I'm willing to have the conversation, but I don't know of a homeless shelter that's housing enough people to justify a typical average use exemption that exceeds 200,000. It feels like it leaves us open to a lot of twisting of words and intentions with facilities. Also, houses of worship, coffee made on Sunday mornings in the non-LDS, and the filling of the communion cups should well be within that 200,000. So on an average, typically expected use for houses of worship and social services, I'm really struggling with why we're providing that as an avenue for exemption. I'm even struggling with why the agricultural or the social services or the hospital, since they're well within it, but I'm never willing to gamble on the safety of people. And
Right.
so like if something happens in an emergency, I'm not going to hold anyone accountable if they used 201,000 gallons to make sure that our neighbors are safe during the big earthquake. We're talking about zoning for everyday expected use. How did we arrive at those classifications for exemption? It feels like we're creating too much latitude for people to push us. AI services might be considered social services at some point.
I think that goes to the process that we took in 2021 and 2022, and I'm looking to Nick too, because we received some feedback from stakeholders as we put those ordinances forward. And so, for instance, the agricultural community was very interested in being exempt from from that cap, even though we don't really have that much agriculture in the Salt Lake Valley. But some of our larger water users on our system do consist of churches and church properties, or processes associated with those institutions, as well as a lot of other government facilities like our parks and cemetery and those types of things. So we tried to find a natural break in to leave us some flexibility and to make sure that we have flexibility with those types of social services. But that's why we're at the table again, looking at whether that ordinance needs to be revised. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, part of it is the way the zoning code defines what an institutional use is so broad that it could be interpreted that lots of different things might fit there. And so this was an attempt to narrow it down to institutional uses that generally provide some public good.
But if I understand what
I'm
you...
in general support of this ordinance. I think you've done exquisite work. I am okay with us taking it even further. I was just in the Carolinas, and they are under a drought. This isn't just an us thing. This is a human behavior thing. We have got to get our heads and our hands around the water crisis and start to manage things more responsibly. It is literally a human survival issue. So for me, in my 2 cents, I would be happier if we went even stricter on this and did not create so many exemptions.
I agree. I mean, I circled out the place of worship when I read that. I understand that trying to balance the pressures that we are under, but I'm not sure that there's going to be a lot of need for that. But there's always a process to negotiate, I guess, at some point. But I don't know if this isn't a good opportunity to show that we to show in ordinance that this is that important. So I don't know. Any other thoughts about narrowing it even more, maybe?
Yeah, I'm open to that idea because you raised some good points. Because originally back in 21, when we were discussing this, there was some discussion on lowering it from 200,000 down to 100,000 or 150,000 gallons a day, because all the businesses, I think, in Salt Lake City, except for a couple outliers, were below that line. But we came to the consensus that 200,000 was a good number. But you bring up, and this is to close some of the loops that we had there, but also just because, again, the water is so precious. And maybe it is to say we need to look at there is no exceptions on that in this case, except for maybe some city functions. So I'm not opposed to it. So I'm open to having a conversation on that one.
Yeah, I would love
agree.
the AI data center that's dedicated to preventing teenage suicide could be considered a social service and then become exempt from this. I just think that we don't see what's coming, and what I do know is protecting water is a basic human need, and that to me falls under public safety, like making sure there is a fireman or police person responding when they call 911.
Yeah.
Will you repeat your definition of social service? Was that in the slide? No.
No,
What-
just a
I'm sorry, what
dictionary.
was that?
Of social services, your definition, because I'm not sure. I would love a little more clarity on what that means.
Yeah, so that was that definition I read.
Will you repeat it?
And I'm happy to read it again. It says a program or effort designed to promote human or societal well-being, specifically organized help for people who are in need of assistance with basic needs, such as food, housing, safety, or job training, or with medical needs, such as addiction or mental illness.
Okay. Yeah, and will that definition be included on
So it's not included in our code, and what our code says is if we don't define a term, then we use the current version of the Webster Dictionary, and that definition is directly from the Webster Dictionary. The downside of that is that we don't control the Webster Dictionary.
Yes.
So that could change. And so it's very easy to add a definition like this or to our code, or simply remove that exemption.
I prefer that we add the language into the code that we think it is what our interpretation of the social services is, and we control as many variables as we can, because to that point, it will be very hard for people to say that there is an AI, that is dedicated to, because it's very clear in the definition. But I would prefer that we include the definition, but we explore narrowing it even more. If other council members feel like it seems like maybe 3 of us are sort of support to add more narrowing. I don't know if that makes sense.
So I do think that because this is a temporary land use, we're limited to this section of our code. We are about to start a process with public utilities where we review all of our land uses and where they're allowed, to see if there's other land uses that might need to be subject to further restrictions. Data centers is obviously one of those, whether it's a closed loop system or not, types of things. Some, in like the North Point area, data centers are required to have a closed loop, which uses significantly less water than an open loop system. So those are all things that we plan on looking at, but that might be outside the realm of this unless you're adding more specific uses that would otherwise be prohibited.
Councilmember Napier-Pierce.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just clarifying, when you say narrowing, do you mean lowering the ceiling?
Of the water, no, I meant giving less exceptions or naming less
Okay,
exceptions.
so we're not talking about messing with the 200,000?
No.
Okay, thank you.
To your comment a second ago, I will love the administration to put that lens of across the board. And one of the things that we talked many times in the past and between us is the issues of lawns and complexes, and I would love to see a harsh approach across the board and see what levers we can pull, even if it's for the future, for new approvals, but also trying to figure out what to do backwards for those that have been approved and how do we incentivize them, or what levers do we have. I think this council feels very strongly about the use of water, and we want to find the tools, and we are a little at odds and trying to find out what tools we have available.
It might also be a good idea at some point when we have some time to go through our updated water supply and demand plan that looks out the next 50 years or so, and our updated water conservation plan, because in addition to the land use code, there are some recommendations for Chapter 17 that at some point might be interesting to discuss around wasted water ordinances and things like that, that are less targeted at a type of land use and more targeted at a much more careful stewardship and management of the water. And in addition to that, a lot of other engagement. So, working with our community members who are large water users and doing audits on their facilities and things like that. So there may be a lot of tools in our toolbox that we are using now that could also be enhanced.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That will be amazing to see. Councilmember Dubin.
Yeah, I just want to also make sure that we all are aware that we have to have this approved by September 20th, because that's a 6-month deadline. So I think we just backdated that, but I think do we have a public hearing on this stuff? But I'm open to the more restrictive language on the, as you said, Chair.
I think we have time, right? Maybe, hopefully.
I just want to make sure that part is, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
So,
Yeah, can we is it clear that the council would like the definition of social services to be included in the final ordinance?
You feel okay with that, including the language?
And with that, are we looking at the larger ordinance to potentially even pare down the exemptions even more? That's the temporary, and with the longer term, I'm happy with that.
all right, we'll provide you with an updated ordinance
you.
reflecting that definition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 3. This is an ordinance for enhancing transparency for police automatic license plate reader systems. The council will receive a brief introduction from Michael Sanders, council policy analyst, and Hannah Vickery, senior city attorney, joining us at the table. Our chief readers are here as well for questions if we have any. Michael, it's your time.
Okay, great. Thank you, Council. So, in December of 2025, the Council held a public hearing regarding a 2024 COPS grant, which, if approved, would have accepted $224,000 to purchase and install automatic license plate readers on major egress and ingress roads as part of a multi-agency effort to improve public safety and reduce criminal activity. During the public hearing, many constituents expressed that they were concerned regarding the Salt Lake City Police Department's use of ALPRs, particularly as they relate to privacy, civil liberties, and the potential for abuse. Following the public hearing, council chose to defer action on the grant, and then council leadership requested council staff to work with the attorney's office and police department to craft an ordinance to address concerns related to the police department's use of ALPRs. That's what we're going to present to you today. Next slide. So this ordinance will be housed in the same section of code as the body-worn camera ordinance. The chapter is going to be renamed to technology use, and the chapter will then be split into two parts. It will retain the body-worn camera ordinance and add this new ALPR ordinance. It will create regulations over four main categories: authorized uses, the sharing of ALPR data, training, and audits and reporting. Next slide. The ordinance allows for the Salt Lake City Police Department to use ALPRs as outlined in applicable federal, state, and local law. And the slide here outlines the allowed uses from state code. Next slide. Additionally, state law allows police departments to use ALPRs to verify valid vehicle registrations, confirm vehicle identifications, verify insurance information, and identify stolen vehicles. Next slide. Our proposed ordinance also includes several expressly prohibited uses of ALPRs. Our ordinance would prohibit the use of facial recognition, targeting an individual based on their exercise of their First Amendment rights, and discrimination against an individual based on race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, age, disability, or genetic information. Next slide. One of the things that make ALPR systems effective is data sharing. This can be seen in some recent successful stories of the recovering of missing or endangered persons. And entities sharing data with each other help to resolve crimes quicker. For an entity to receive direct access to our ALPR system, they must enter into a formal MOU with us, and lines 58 through 100 of the proposed ordinance outline the terms which must be included in that MOU. Next slide. It's important to note that when we enter into an MOU for ALPR data sharing, entities are granted controlled query-only access. They can search, but they cannot alter any data. Next slide. So these bullet points here outline some of the highlights of the MOU requirements, such as requiring the entity to use best practices, maintain audit logs, and report data breaches. If at any time they are found to be in violation of the MOU, their access can be revoked upon termination of the MOU. Next slide. So all users of the ALPR system, either employed by Salt Lake City or by other entities, must complete training. Next slide. Audits. So the ordinance, as drafted, requires the Salt Lake City Police Department to conduct quarterly audits and to complete an annual comprehensive review. I like to think of these in terms of big A and little a audits. So the department will complete 4 little a audits every year, where they are essentially taking batches of the ALPR query data and ensuring baseline compliance with ordinance and policy. Then the annual Big A audit will cover overall system use, access controls, data retention, practices, and compliance trends. The annual review will be posted publicly on the police department's website. Next slide. So the final 4 slides contain some points which have previously been shared with the council that I just want to remind everyone of regarding Salt Lake City Police Department's ALPR use. I'm not going to read all of them, but I just want to hit a couple of the main points. So the city's contracted ALPR vendor is Vigilant Solutions. The ALPR system is used exclusively for criminal investigations. Next slide. To be able to search or query the ALPR system, users must log in and document a case using a case number, choose an authorized purpose, and an authorized reason for the search. Next slide. So all of these queries are auditable. Currently, the audits are conducted by non-sworn civilian staff. And I just want to note that recommendation 1.3 of the 2025 performance audit of the Salt Lake City Police Department stated that, quote, executive leadership of the Salt Lake City Police Department should consider the merits of an internal audit function. The inclusion of an audit function could identify inefficiencies, ensure compliance, and improve the department's performance. Next slide. So just now one note on the Real-Time Crime Center. ALPRs are a key component of the Real-Time Crime Center. And also, there have been some concerns related to AI usage with ALPRs. The Real-Time Crime Center does have limited AI capabilities. However, it can only be used for object recognition, and any use of object recognition is reviewed and verified by a human before use for any investigative purposes. It is not generative AI, and facial recognition is not used. Next slide. So that's all we have, and just a note on the sequencing of this, we're scheduled to set the date for a public hearing on this ordinance on August 18th, and it's proposed to hold a public hearing on September 15th. And with that, I'll pass it back to the council for question and discussion. If we have any questions, we've got me, legal, and we've got the police department here as well.
Yeah, I want to highlight that the work on sorting through this from the agency, our chief and their staff, legal team, and Michael and the council staff to make this happen. This is an ordinance that started on this side of the aisle, as a response from this council to ensure that the city has clear boundaries and a clear process on how to use this data and how to use these tools correctly. So I really appreciate the ordinance that we have in front of us that we requested as a council. So council members, I don't know if you had a chance to review any other questions you have or thoughts. Councilmember Petro.
I want to start by saying thank you to the police department. This issue, as you know, when I look at it, is so much bigger than just license plate readers and what you do, but you're the tip of the spear because it's really visible. So thank you for the hard work already. When we talk about the training that the sworn officers are receiving, is this a generalized data management kind of training? Are we talking about all places? Are we talking about all the ways that we're capturing data, or are we specifically training them just on license plate readers? And if so, is there something unique to the license plate reader? I was just asking Councilmember Wharton, it's really funny to me that the state has approved this and set guidance for it, but they still won't do red light cameras. In my mind, I can't understand what the difference is and why we're allowing one and not the other. So from the experts who actually use it, is there something unique about the license plate readers that we're training on, or is this just a comprehensive, we're making sure that anyone who interacts with our people's data, they're going to protect it?
I'd like to pitch that to Chief Red.
I have not personally been through the license plate reader training here at the PD, and probably based on this ordinance, if it passes, we'll be adjusting that training. But I think historically the training is really focused on the license plate reader program and the policies that we have around it specifically. But we're certainly open to broadening that given the other technologies that we utilize. So we could definitely broaden it.
I just worry that we, like forests and trees, over-focus on one thing when, as I said, you all are doing work that you shouldn't have to do. This is a technology thing that we should be someone out externally should be offering you guidance on how to protect, but I don't think any system, I've not seen the business or the municipality that's prepared to step into this. So I just want to make sure we don't get too in the weeds on just license plate readers, and we're cognizant of all the ways that we're collecting data and we're protecting people in every way that we're collecting that data and using it. We talked about the access being revoked for those who can access the system. So can you help me understand that too? Are we saying that another agency, let's say the X city police department, is it like we have an ongoing access agreement with them and then they can only use that access when they come with a valid case number? Or is each incident of accessing it a new license?
So if another police department wanted to access our system, they would have to enter into a robust MOU that Ms. Vigoury worked on extensively, and she could speak to that. But each time that the system is accessed, a case number, a reason, and crime type has to be entered for each query, and then that's logged and tracked.
So we're saying if they even once are found to be in violation, then the entirety of their ability in
Yeah, we
going
can-
forward is compromised.
We can just turn it off, yes.
Okay.
We
And
have a
then-
flip of the switch.
And then how does this work in cases where other levels of government have primacy or preemption capabilities? Do state, county, state, or federal have the ability to come in and use the supremacy clause and say, well, we can just have this information since you're capturing it anyway?
No, state statute governs the types of uses for the license plate reader. The only way that if someone didn't agree to those, to the MOU that we're developing and agree to follow state statute, we would refuse it. And the only way they could get access to the data would be a court order or warrant at that point.
So DEA, FBI, all of them, they could have their access revoked, and we would be able to stay in control of that until some Supreme Court decision changes that.
That's correct. Yeah, we could turn it off, and then if they wanted to compel us to turn over information, it would have to be through a court order or a warrant
And by
from a
that point, the
judge.
person ostensibly is not driving around anymore, and we can't use the real-time tracking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and every agency that needs access, including federal agencies, need to enter an MOU with the city. Any federal agency, law enforcement agency needs to enter into an agreement with us to get access to the data, which I think is how we want this data to be used, so we have the control of it. I do want to give the time to two council members that have comments before me, but I will keep mine for later. So, Councilmember Carlson and then Councilmember Wharton.
Chief, thank you so much for being here with us. Have received some questions, and as you know, there are questions from the public about the role of automatic license plate reader systems. And I'll just name that we have, with this particular tool, we can have some values in conflict with each other, both the value of public safety and public order, and also a value around concerns about privacy. Right. And so I'm holding both of those values in my mind, and I recognize that there can be concerns about them. And so my questions are really from a spirit of trying to understand the technology, its limitations, and what happens in instances of misuse. So I have one specific question, but I saw on the slide, and this goes back to my trying to understand this technology, I saw that there's a capability to search but not alter data. I don't know if we can go back to that slide. I wanted to understand what that meant for other entities, and what does it mean to alter data, and how is that different from just searching for it?
I think what this slide was intending, but Michael can comment on this if I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, Scott, that's slide 7.
And do you want to comment, or do you want me to go ahead? Yeah, so essentially, I think what we're saying is if another department misused the system, and so they did a query inappropriately, they didn't have a criminal reason, or it was not in good faith, that police department personnel could not go in and like change the data or delete the transaction. Like the transaction is logged, and that goes for our people too. Once a transaction is logged, it can't be edited or changed or deleted. So it's logged, and I think that's what the slide was intending.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to understand what that distinction meant. The next is that I saw in the staff report that if individuals access this data for an inappropriate reason or for not the reasons identified, both state code and this proposed ordinance, staff would be held accountable for misuse. I understand that's a policy direction, but I'm curious, if we can ensure that there is swift accountability.
Sure.
Regarding misuse of this, given that there have been nationwide some instances, although narrowed, of police officers using this technology for inappropriate reasons.
So there are already currently state laws in place, not directly related to ALPR, but related to sharing criminal justice information improperly, accessing it inappropriately. So a classic example is an officer looks up the driver's license of of former girlfriend to find out where they're now currently living and get an address. That type of behavior currently state statute does not prohibits that, and so what would typically happen in a case like that, and same with any LPR abuse, if it was one of our own officers, that information maybe was captured in an audit or someone called in with a concern, and we found an issue, we would internally investigate that and likely pass that to another police department to review for, it's a Class B misdemeanor to misuse criminal justice data. And we would likely refer something like that to another police department to have a criminal review. We would do our own internal review. And then if it reaches the level of criminal, whether they're prosecuted or not, that is also any Class C or B misdemeanor offense is also referred to peace officer standards and training. So then you have a third bite at the apple, essentially, which is now Post will be looking at their peace officer certification. So there's an internal investigation that could result in disciplinary issues for policy violations, a criminal review potentially in certain cases, and then the certification investigation as well. So those three areas.
Okay. And last question, just really trying to understand this technology. An officer who is trained to use the technology is able to access it, of course, with a case number and, of course, for a criminal reason. Do they access that alone, or is there someone else who it's just recorded that the query took place?
It's my understanding that it's just recorded that the query took place.
Okay. Do we know if the technology has any capabilities for a second, almost like a matching key associated with it to ensure and prohibit misuse?
So essentially, you're asking like a supervisory approval?
Yes. And I understand that might be at odds with wanting to get the information in a
Quickly,
timely
yeah.
fashion. Yes.
I don't know if the technology allows for that type of capability. I would have to go back and look.
Okay. Thank you.
But I'll do that for you.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a note on my phone.
Thank you. Chief, so does, said state code defines what it can be used for, and one of them is criminal investigation. Is there any more like guidance or specificity there? And the reason for my question is, how do you prevent an officer from just saying, oh, I was investigating a crime, but it turns out there was no crime here, but they've already accessed the information. I mean, other than just declaring that they're researching it for a crime, like what other controls are there?
Yeah, so a case number, so not only that it's a crime, but the crime type, and then a case number that has to associate back to a report. So if someone put a case number in and we found that it's not a real case number, that's going to be that would be the terminable offense, in my opinion. But we can go back to the report and look at the specific reason that was outlined in the report for the check.
But what if it's there is a case number, there is like a legitimate investigation, but they're accessing information that isn't related to that? Like, does that make sense?
We would have to catch something like that in an audit or, based on a complaint that came in. And that may be a situation where there was nefarious intent, but it may be that we need to educate. But I mean, that's one of those things that would have to be caught in an audit, I think.
Okay.
You mean someone putting a case number, a real case number, but unrelated to what they're searching for?
Yeah. Or maybe even they create I don't know how hard it is to get a case number or to say there's an open investigation, but maybe they do that just to get the data that they want. And then they're like, oh, I investigated, it's closed case. Yeah.
Well, to generate a case number, that goes into our records management system. It's if you generate that, then it generates a report, and then it requires a supervisor's review and approval of that report. So, if someone did that, and again, there are ways that there are people maybe that would do that with nefarious intent, but I think we would be able to catch that with our regular controls.
Okay.
Councilmember Napier-Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. Maybe this is a question that's already been asked previously, but in our staff report, it says the city's contracted vendor is Vigilant Solutions, and only authorized SLCPD personnel and approved law enforcement partners are permitted to access this information. So who are the approved law enforcement?
Those who would go through the training for our department, and then for other police departments, those who enter the MOU and then receive the training.
Okay. So it's not just some random police officer in Syracuse who happens to have a case number and.
If Syracuse, there's a couple ways that could go. So if the Syracuse Police Department wanted to access our license plate reader, they could reach out to us and ask us to conduct the check. We would, at that point, take a case number. We would ask for the reason and the crime type, and then we could run that and provide the information. Or if they wanted to access the system directly themselves, they could enter into the MOU, go through the training, and then have all of the outlined steps that they would need to take. So auditing, best practices and technology, all those things that we've put into the MOU. So those are the two ways that another department could get access to the information.
Do you think it is feasible to have a human gatekeeper instead of just the query system that you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, those are the two ways, right? We could have them call us on the phone and request that, and that's
No, I
one.
meant for every request. Is
For
that
every
even
request.
feasible? So then you have a second set of eyes on every request.
I mean, we could, but it's the same information being provided, whether it's put into the system or given to a human, the same information would be provided. Does that make sense? We
Councilmember,
would-
you mean that a person from our police department approves basically the inquire before it releases the information? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, they would provide this, so the case number, the crime type, and the reason that they have to provide now, whether they provided that verbally or into the system, it would likely get approved. And then the auditing would check, we would do our regular audits to go in.
I'm just trying to look for a guardrail,
Yeah, I
just to
understand.
prevent abuse, and I don't know
Yeah,
what
I
that
know,
would be, but
we could think about that for sure.
thank you.
You had a point of clarification, right?
Yeah, just for Victoria, there was a focus on the license plate readers with this one. There is a working group within the city right now working on data privacy issues.
Yeah.
They will be addressing the components that you're talking about, and also they will still review this to ensure that it's consistent.
Yeah, and I wanted to add to that we have flagged that concern from you, but I think this is necessary right now. We are using these readers right now without this boundary. So this is an incredible step forward from the city to actually put it on the code, not on a policy from the department, on our code. And we also have a similar ordinance right now with the body camera ordinance. So maybe at some point we will have to have an umbrella ordinance that manages all other pieces of data, including drones and other tools that are coming our way. But what I do think this ordinance adds is a clear process and a clear auditing process which we need. I will personally, and I was follow this all along while we were going through it. I wanted to highlight that criminal is a piece key to the searches. There has to be a criminal case, not a civil case. Civil cases cannot be searched, which I think is very important to me and to the city. I will also personally would like that while we pass this ordinance, we ask for a report to the council when there is misuse, much like when there is a critical incident, because I think it is important for us to know when another department or internal, hopefully not, misuses. And I will personally like to explore if there is. I have a high level of trust with our officers and with your leadership and how you're going to ensure that our officers follow as much as you can, follow the law. But I would love to explore additional auditing, if possible, to other agencies. So anybody else that requests access to us, that we have extra eyes on them. I wonder if there is a way of asking them to send us a report of all their inquiries, and why, basically put them on their job and say, all of these were your requests last week or last month, can you tell us, if there is any mismatch? Because I want them to feel obligated to follow our rules. I wonder if there is a process in our MOU to say to them, you have to justify, because then it is an additional set of eyes from their side.
I believe in the MOU, Ms. Vickery, is that the case? Or we can if it's not the case, we can definitely review what might work there.
Yeah, I can, in terms of the ordinance and what it requires, I can speak to that. So under section C, sharing ALPR data, if you look at section 1I, that sets forth that the receiving governmental entity shall establish, maintain, and implement self-auditing procedures designed to monitor its compliance with the terms of the MOU. The receiving governmental entity shall document the results of such audits in an annual written report, which shall be made available to the police department upon request and retained by the receiving governmental entity for no less than 5 years. The receiving governmental entity shall properly and in no event later than 5 days after the discovery provide a copy of any annual audit report which finds the material violation of the memorandum of understanding to the police department. And then section J is also relevant and provides, I'll just sort of paraphrase this, that the city at its own election can come in and audit at any time.
Okay.
Also, if I recall in here, it requires any breach or misuse to be reported within 24 hours to the Salt Lake City Police Department.
So if they catch some misuse, they have to report it.
It was 24 hours? I think I saw that somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, that's K,
Yeah, K.
section K.
Okay. I think that is encouraging to me. Councilmember Petro, Councilmember Carlson.
This might be something where I need to come over and talk with you more, because as we've been talking, it occurs to me there's two different ways in which the license plate readers are being used that are slightly different. So there's the DEA coordinating with you to find out if this person was in this area doing this, which is a much longer term, much more premeditated, able to submit the case number. And then there's the emergent, we need to know where this car is heading because we believe they have an abducted child.
Kidnapping, yeah.
And we're collaborating, and I'm not really sure of what the process looks like in each of those. I love the way we've been talking about these, but it feels to me like in the emergent situation, there's a different level of vulnerability versus the not. So it might not be the time to do it right now. I know we're trying to keep to a schedule, but as we've been talking, it just occurred to me, and I was talking to Councilmember Wharton about it. How do we, does the Real-Time Crime Center have something different that offers a level of protection than maybe that more deliberative, longer-term research-based kind of use of this technology would have? And just making sure that the protections are there in all of those implementations.
I think the process would be fairly similar, again, but we could definitely look to see on those, emergent issues if there's something that we could do for a double check.
Thanks.
Yeah. What level of vulnerability you mean when it's something more, urgent?
So like if a child's been abducted, which is always everyone's example for why we need this, that would be something like Leighton calling saying they're heading your way, we need access to your system to see if this license plate comes through, right? Like any other city could call.
But they need to still have a case number, don't they?
Still need a case number, a crime type.
Would you have a case number at that point?
Yes.
If they're already in pursuit, if police in a different jurisdiction happen on something, someone takes a kid and leaves, there would be that.
At a minimum, there would be a dispatch number, so a call for
Okay.
service, it would be tied to a call for service number, and then later if there's a police report generated, it could be used that. But either way,
I see.
whether it's a dispatch incident number or a case number, we could track it back.
Those really urgent issues are the only honestly compelling things. Like these help our police officers know how to track things in real time. So that to me is the most compelling, but it also feels like that's where it would be the most tenuous. You all are actively doing the work. You don't have time to be an administrator
in the heat of the moment,
while
yeah.
you're being a pursuer. So, so just making sure that we don't drop balls in that, and we can use the power of this without compromising safety.
They can always, if they haven't generated a case number in their records management system, they can always provide the dispatch. There will always be an incident number from dispatch, so.
Okay.
Councilmember Carlson.
I just want to echo my gratitude to Councilmember Petro for asking these larger questions about data privacy across all of the different platforms that we use, and how to ensure that the data that we do collect, regardless of the type of data that we collect, is secure. I have faith in the police department to maintain that security of data. Multinational corporations, not so much. So I want to ensure that we are well protected in that regard. I feel like in our role as a council and policymakers, it's about surfacing all angles of an argument and thinking about how to find the best way forward. And so, I framed this conversation as both a public safety concern, but also it could be a concern about privacy. And so I wanted to give you, Chief, an opportunity to talk about what might be the benefits from a public safety perspective of this technology.
Well, first, I would just like to talk about the privacy, the civil liberties concern. We want to have technology to do our jobs, but that has to be something that the public at some level trusts, and we have to make it sustainable. So I just want to put on the record that the privacy, the civil liberties and protections are extremely important to us in the police department, and we're willing, as I've said in the past publicly, we're willing to engage with individuals who are concerned and hear them out and try to learn. As I've mentioned earlier, we've had the ACLU in a couple times, and as I've said also on record, they don't always agree. We don't always agree on issues, but I appreciate that they're an organization that's willing to come in and listen, and they've been into the Real-Time Crime Center, and we've talked to license plate readers. The example that I used earlier today is, when cars were invented, if police officers stayed on horses and didn't adapt to the new technology, the police car, we would be behind the curve. And I think as technologies are adopted in society at some level, we would like to be able to use those technologies. And what we're finding, and I can use a couple examples, we had this was publicly communicated, so I can share it. But back earlier this year, we had a triple homicide in Wayne County. An individual went on a killing spree down there and then left the state, and it was license plate readers that identified where the individual was, and he was over in Colorado. Within a short 12 hours, the triple homicide was the individual was arrested, and we prevented potentially additional murders in that case. So this is the type of ways that we're using the technology. I could share other cases. There was an individual earlier this year who was coming from a different state, had been making some threats, and it was a license plate reader that indicated, yes, actually they're coming into our state, and we were able to make an intervention and deal with that issue. So this goes on a regular basis, and again, we want to use this technology responsibly because we want to prevent victimization in our cities. And so we appreciate the council for being willing to dialogue and listen and be open to the uses of these technologies, and we want to use them appropriately.
Any other thoughts?
Sorry. One more thing. I just want to thank you for having other organizations come in like ACLU and look at this, because this is an ordinance that, or this whole area of LPRs is really difficult for me, and I have a lot of conflict as just a resident, as an attorney, as someone who practiced criminal defense for a little while. I really have a lot of conflicts internally with this, but I also recognize the examples that you've given and countless others of the public safety aspect of this, and so I really am trying to balance all of that, and having groups that I'm sure it's difficult, and there are probably some officers that feel uncomfortable having some of these organizations come and do those checks, but I think it it to me means a lot, and I think to the community means a lot, because at the end of the day, we've got a lot of these procedures and controls in place, and I think we've done the best that we can, but there is an element of like judgment and trust.
There is.
You know, these are still humans that are operating this. There are still, it sounds like we've tried to think of every way to narrow it that we can, but, you know, at the end of it's just like what police officers do every day in their job. There is an element of trust there that they are the good guys and they're using this information for good. And I think in a time where people have a lot of distrust in a lot of organizations, not just government, but many organizations, and that includes public safety, being able to say that we have other organizations that come in and look at this. Maybe we don't agree with them, maybe they make recommendations and we don't adopt all of them, but to me, it adds a lot of credibility to what we're doing. And so I really appreciate that piece of the program, and I hope that never changes.
Okay.
Thanks.
We're committed to hearing all perspectives and doing our best to find that balance, like I know you're all seeking as well.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, staff, for working on this. This is, to me, an ordinance that says, as a city, where our values are and how we want to use the tools correctly and how we don't want them to be used. So I think, to me, is a powerful tool to put in an ordinance. We could have left it as a policy for the department to come up, but knowing the value of these tools, but at the same time knowing the risks of these tools, we feel very strongly about putting this on the code. And I know that many of us have expressed at some point or another that we don't want to see misuse of these tools. We don't want that to be our tools, what our taxpayers are paying, to be used in the wrong by the wrong purposes. So I'm excited that this ordinance is in front of us finally, and looking forward to other data privacy issues within the city. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the time. I appreciate your time, Chief.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Hannah, too, since I mentioned everybody as well. Moving on to item number 4, an ordinance for the Northwest Community Plan. We're going to keep Michael Sanders, Council Policy Analyst, at the table. We're going to welcome, I only have Kelsey Lindquist, Planning Manager, on my list. But yes, welcome all of you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this briefing is to go over a proposal to update a community plan for the Northwest community area, which includes Rose Park, Fair Park, Jordan Meadows, Poplar Grove, and West Point. The plan also includes the North Temple Station area plans for the 4 track stations in the plan area. This plan will replace the Northwest Master Plan, the North Temple Boulevard Plan, and the Rose Park Small Area Plan. During the February 25th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting, the Commission forwarded a positive recommendation to the Council. And with that, I'll pass it to the Planning Department.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present the draft Northwest Community Plan. My name is Kelsey. I have 2 members of my team with me today, Olivia Svetko and Alicia Seeley. Cassie Younger, one of the project managers, is out of town. All 3 members of the team were critical in the update process. We do have a lengthy presentation, but we will make it in time, and all 3 of us will be presenting today. So I will now turn the time over to Olivia to get us started.
Thank you. If I could get the next slide here. Okay, so first, to give a quick overview, the Northwest Community Plan builds on the city's overall vision established in Plan Salt Lake, while recognizing that the Northwest has its own unique opportunities and challenges. The purpose of this plan is to establish a clear vision for the community, identify values and concerns expressed by the public during engagement, create a framework for implementation, and define measurable targets that allow us to track our progress through 2040.
All right, next slide. Throughout the community engagement and planning commission process, comments were provided concerning the relationship between the North Point Small Area Plan adopted in 2023 and the Northwest Community Plan. Yes, on record, North Point is part of or within the boundaries of the Northwest Plan. Nevertheless, the Small Area Plan's policies, development standards, and the future land use map will take precedence for development in that community. There are, however, targets, policies, and initiatives in the Northwest Plan that address riparian areas, air quality, natural environment, public lands, trails, and water conservation that are applicable to all of the Northwest community, and that includes North Point. Next slide.
Okay, so this process began with an existing conditions analysis so we could get a better understanding of today's Northwest community. Some of the highlights we found in ways that Northwest differs from the rest of the city include that the area has a larger share of families with children and larger households. The area also has a slightly lower median income household compared to citywide, and approximately 63% of residents identify as part of a racial or ethnic minority group in this area, compared with about 35% citywide. Next slide. Thank you. Public engagement was a huge part of developing this plan. During the initial phase in spring of last year, staff attended 9 community events, conducted 6 stakeholder interviews, and received more than 140 survey responses. What we heard, some of the things we heard over and over, is that residents expressed a desire for more family-sized housing, safer parks and trails, better transit options, protection against displacement, and continued support for the neighborhood's cultural diversity. After preparing the draft plan, we returned to the community through additional outreach at neighborhood events, community organizations, and public meetings to gather feedback on our draft plan. Next slide. Okay, so this plan is organized into 14 chapters, which align with Plan Salt Lake. Each includes a guiding principle, targets for the year 2040, and initiatives to get us there. In addition to these chapters, the plan contains a station area plan for our fixed rail stations, a future land use plan, and an implementation matrix, and we will go over each of these today. Next slide.
All right, the Northwest Community Plan is shaped and structured to support the overarching vision established by Plan Salt Lake by utilizing the plan's 14 adopted guiding principles. This plan applies the same structure, including measurable targets, achievable initiatives, and identifies existing and supported city policies. The following slides will mostly cover 2 targets and their associated initiatives. Please note some guiding principles have many more targets and initiatives, all of which are detailed in the draft plan online. Next slide. All right, we'll start with neighborhoods. The guiding principle is neighborhoods that provide a safe environment, opportunity for social interaction, and services needed for the well-being of the community therein. The identified targets and associated initiatives include increased public safety by supporting the city's public safety plan, conducting an audit of lighting in parks, alleys, and high-traffic corridors, and prioritizing improving lighting in areas with greatest public safety concerns. The second target is balanced per capita investment in public infrastructure and services compared to citywide averages. Through conducting a capital improvement equity analysis that can help guide the allocation of taxpayer dollars for maximum community benefit. Next slide. Growth. The guiding principle for growth is growing responsibly while providing people with choices about where they live, how they live, and how they get around. The identified targets and associated initiatives include increase the number of dwelling units that provide 3+ bedrooms by modifying zoning regulations to increase a broad mix of housing types, specifically those larger units that are available both for rent or purchase. Encourage infill sites that support mixed-use development and support mixed-use zoning along corridors. We'll talk more about that with the future land use map. The second target is to increase the total land area that can be used for mixed-use development outside of the power district, to ensure that the zoning near the power district permits a diverse mix of housing, retail, and open space in anticipation of population growth and a high volume of daily users. Next slide.
For the housing chapter, the guiding principle for this chapter is access to a wide variety of housing types for all income levels throughout the city, providing the basic human need for safety and responding to changing demographics. The only target identified in this chapter is to increase the diversity of housing types for all income levels throughout the city. And proposed initiatives to accomplish that target include supporting policies that the city's already adopted, such as Thriving in Place and Housing SLC, as well as considering requiring zoning incentives for larger developers to provide more family-friendly housing, not only in the number of bedrooms provided, but also in design elements and amenities provided on site, and then removing zoning barriers and streamlining the permitting process for infill housing development. Next slide. For the transportation and mobility chapter, the guiding principle is a transportation and mobility network that is safe, equitable, reliable, affordable, and sustainable, providing real choices and connecting people with places. The first target we want to highlight here is to increase the percentage of dwelling units within a quarter mile of a bus, transit stop, or high comfort bike facility. And the initiatives here are primarily to increase density along existing transit routes, and then once new routes or transit amenities are added, to prioritize transit-oriented development, and also performing analysis and collaboration and community engagement to manage parking needs, which was something that we heard a lot about in our outreach. The second target we want to highlight for this chapter is to increase the percentage of funding to improve neighborhood connections and general maintenance. The first initiative to support this is to support the implementation of recommendations from the SLC West-East Connection Study, which is currently ongoing, and also to prioritize connecting the Jordan River Parkway Trail to the Folsom Trail. Next slide. Air quality. The guiding principle for this chapter is air that is healthy and clean. The target that we want to highlight here is to increase the number of actions to address the harmful impact of existing polluters. We know this is a particular concern on the west side and in this community, and something we had a lot of conversations about. So the initiatives in this regard are to increase the tree canopy to help filter out pollutants, reduce the industrial and manufacturing uses in the area to mitigate those impacts, and then implement increased land use buffers along highways, major roadways, and other heavy polluters and sensitive land uses. Sensitive land uses really being anywhere where people are breathing. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Our guiding principle for the natural environment is to minimize our impact on the natural environment. One of our targets is to increase the urban tree canopy. Initiatives for this include identifying streets that could support re-landscaping of medians to increase tree canopy, and educate residents on the costs of tree irrigation and offer information on species that are low water use. Another target for this chapter is to promote community investment in the Jordan River Parkway Trail and the Folsom Trail. Initiatives include connect the Jordan River Parkway Trail to the Folsom Trail and downtown beautification and connectivity efforts, formerly known as the Green Loop, and support the initiative to daylight a portion of City Creek along Folsom Trail. Next slide. Okay, for parks and recreation, our guiding principle is to protect the natural environment while providing access and opportunities to recreate and enjoy nature. One of our targets is increase public safety and comfort for all users within park spaces so that all visitors feel safe and comfortable regardless of age, gender, or ability. This is something we heard over and over again in public outreach. Our implementation for this is to implement bilingual and universal wayfinding signage along and towards the Jordan River Trail, Folsom Trail, and nearby parks, and add types of uses and activities to our parks that can encourage year-round activity. And I know Kelsey mentioned this before, but these are only some of the initiatives associated with these targets. There are quite a few in the plan. Another target is to expand the Jordan River Trail to the North Point area, specifically north of Center Street. Initiatives include encouraging active uses for development along trails and coordinating with private property owners abutting the Jordan River and other sensitive riparian areas to extend the Jordan River Parkway and preserve the land. Next slide. Beautiful city. Our guiding principle for this chapter is a beautiful city that is people-focused. One of our targets is to increase efforts to activate the Jordan River and Folsom Trail. Initiatives include activation requirements for development near the Jordan River and along Folsom Trail, requiring elements such as river-facing windows and doors, riparian corridor-friendly landscaping, and outdoor amenities. Another initiative is identify key locations along the Jordan River and Folsom Trail where small-scale mixed-use zoning could help promote placemaking. Another target in this chapter is to establish visually attractive and distinct gateways into the Northwest community. This can be done by identifying streets that can be designated as gateways and cultural corridors where art and culture efforts are focused. Work with city departments to apply rights-of-way standards that would support the creation of city gateways and explore incorporating art features into city-funded projects. Next slide.
For preservation, the guiding principle is maintaining places that provide a foundation for the Northwest neighborhood to affirm our past. As far as the 2040 targets, first is to increase the number of properties listed on the National Register of Historic Places through identifying priority areas for surveys and also supporting neighborhood initiatives to create new local historic districts or add places to the National Register of Historic Places. And then the second target for preservation is to ensure city-owned historic resources are actively maintained and preserved through providing access to city-funded workshops and education regarding the city's building preservation incentives to make sure that people are aware of these programs and understand how to take advantage of them for eligible properties, and also supporting partnerships for the successful adaptive reuse of the Fisher Mansion, which was identified by the community as an important cultural asset. Next slide. For arts and culture, the guiding principle is vibrant, diverse, and accessible artistic and cultural resources that showcase the community's long-standing commitment to a strong creative culture. The first target is to increase the total number of cultural community events celebrating the diversity in the Northwest neighborhood. This is something that Northwest residents are really proud of. And so initiatives that go along with this are to collaborate with neighborhood stakeholders to bring more cultural events to the neighborhood. For example, exploring bringing a farmer's market to the neighborhood and then continuing to support the fairgrounds as a year-round entertainment destination. And the second target for arts and culture is to increase public art in the Northwest community, which can be supported by identifying a pathway to revive a youth arts program, working with the Arts Council to support the project support grants, and then increasing opportunities to access arts and culture by easing land use regulation and where those are allowed. Next slide. Okay, the guiding principle for the equity chapter is a welcoming community that celebrates the diversity of the Northwest and ensures access to amenities for all residents. And two really important themes that stood out here that aren't talked about in other chapters are access to food and access to medical care. So the first target in this chapter is to improve access to healthy, fresh, and affordable food within the community. The initiatives include partnering with nonprofit organizations that are already working in the area. Wasatch Community Gardens is one, to improve fresh food access, support improving the existing grocery stores available in the area, and then again, exploring bringing a local farmers market to the Northwest, especially prioritizing one that accepts SNAP and other subsidies that benefit low-income families. And second, ensuring that zoning supports new medical facilities by supporting programs to improve access to healthcare for uninsured individuals, which is a high proportion of residents in the Northwest compared to other Salt Lake City communities, and also consider including medical care facilities in city-funded projects and supporting models for pop-up or mobile medical clinics and care that can bring care directly to Northwest residents. Next slide.
All right, economy. Our guiding principle for the economy is a local economy that fosters entrepreneurship, supports small businesses, and promotes lively neighborhood commercial corridors. Our first target is adopt zoning policies that promote the growth of small-scale neighborhood retail. Our initiatives here are allow previous commercial buildings in residential zone neighborhoods to reestablish commercial and retail use, ensure zoning regulations result in pedestrian-friendly spaces and amenities, and explore opportunities for accessory commercial units. Our second target is provide financial subsidies for businesses that can fill gaps in existing retail offerings, with initiatives that include consider the creation of a special assessment area in the North Temple District to finance infrastructure improvements and provide ongoing services, and support the Community Reinvestment Agency in operating a retail subleasing program. Next slide. Government. Our guiding principle here is a local government that is collaborative, responsive, and equitable. Our first target is increase the number of residents participating in the government process. Our initiatives are utilize online engagement tools, translate public-facing materials, consider modifying the timing, location, and types of public meetings that seek public input, and increase access to public employees and elected officials by more participation in local events. And our second target is ensure more equitable responses to zoning enforcement and city maintenance. Our initiatives are support an equitable percentage of capital fund spending in underserved or historically excluded areas, and track zoning enforcement to ensure it is equitable across the city. Next slide. Okay, this is Water Smart Utah. Our guiding principle is reduce water use in order to ensure sustainable water levels for future generations. Our target here is update zoning regulations to reduce the amount of water demand and per capita water use for future development. Initiatives include support decreased lot size and configuration standards, allow increased density where appropriate to maximize water efficiency, and to consider prohibiting land uses that consume large amounts of water. Next slide.
All right. In addition to the 14 guiding principles and the associated chapters, the Northwest Community Plan update also includes a new future land use map and the state-required station area plan for the 4 track stations within the community. Let's start by discussing the future land use map. Please note I'll be using a friendly acronym known as FLUM for the rest of the presentation. So what is a FLUM? I know, it's a mouthful if I don't. The FLUM guides future development within the community by establishing a flexible framework that offers adaptability, enabling the community to evolve over time, It is a tool used to evaluate requests to amend the zoning map to ensure that they are consistent with the vision of the community, align with the policies, and support the specific initiatives while also supporting citywide needs and goals. What doesn't a FLUM do? It does not alter existing zoning. Any requests would go through the standard review process for a map amendment and would require approval by the City Council. Next slide. To guide the creation of the FLUM, the team developed 6 principles based on city policy, the targets established in the plan, and community feedback. The principles include the following: enhance and activate identified corridors as vibrant areas. I'll go more into that in a following slide. Protect the Jordan River's riparian corridor. Encourage new infill housing development. Utilize moderate density to buffer regional mixed use. Activate Jordan River Parkway and Folsom Trail. And encourage appropriately scaled commercial development throughout the community. Next slide. All right, this is a FLUM comparison map. The existing map on the left illustrates the future land use designations in existing zoning. The future land use map on the right is what the draft plan includes. As you can see, there are changes that reflect the 6 principles. Additionally, it's important to note that these new designations were developed for community plan updates going forward. This ensures consistency with all future land use maps within community plan updates. Next slide. All right, the corridors. I want to highlight one of the more significant changes in the FLUM. The team identified the corridors listed on the screen using the following factors: complete streets, planned right-of-way improvements, high traffic areas, that's pedestrian, bike, and vehicle, pedestrian, bike, vehicle, and bus lines, new development that can be supported by established community, opportunities for properties to transition from residential to mixed use. And you'll see in these corridors that are identified on the screen, they are primarily low-scale mixed use. The lightest purple is 1 to 2 stories, and then the medium purple is 2 to 3 stories. So a small transition to the residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. A station area plan is required by state law for any fixed rail station, and this community has the following 4 stations: the Jackson Euclid, Fair Park Station, Power Station, and the 1940 West Station. The North Temple Station areas are the primary location of growth within the community that will accomplish the following: provide areas for a mix of housing types, with the densest housing closer to the stations, and a mix of housing throughout the area with a focus on ownership opportunities. Improve sidewalks, trails, bike paths, and streets so that people are safely traveling and comfortable throughout the station area and into the surrounding neighborhoods. Connected public spaces that give people a reason to visit the parks, use the trails, and support the local businesses. Improve the Jordan River by activating key stretches while providing appropriate wildlife habitat and encouraging the use of the river as a recreational asset. Support existing local businesses and promote more entrepreneurship, and balance the needs of regional attractions within the community and the current and future residences as well as business owners. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of acronyms, but now, station area plan is SAP and FLUM. So the SAP FLUM is on the screen. It is highlighting within the radius around those station areas. You'll see that there are primarily 4 colors of purple. The darkest purple is the JRF that reflects the power district that has the highest intensity uses along this corridor. The kind of moderate purple, which is surrounding the power district, is a step down from the JRF district, and then that purple kind of dilutes as you further get out from those stations. A few objectives of this FLUM are to, again, create opportunities for mixed-use development within the station areas and allow for higher densities on land closest to the stations, and then decreasing densities further away from the station. To support the development of the power site, as indicated in the DA between the city and the property owner. Analyze zoning to identify and remove outdated and ineffective regulations, and then to promote that home ownership that we mentioned before. Next slide. We're almost done. Okay, so Planning Commission forwarded a unanimous recommendation for adoption to the City Council on the 25th of February. Next slide. This is a QR code. The draft plan is still live on Shape SLC. Next slide. And then the three of us are here to answer any questions.
Councilmember Petro.
Thank you. Always lovely to have you all using your expertise to focus on my home. I appreciate everything you've done. Gonna ask a million questions now in no specific order. Okay, we talk about things like per capita investment. I don't need a response right now, but I'd like to go deeper on that. I'm particularly worried about this because at the next redistricting, my district will inherit about 6,500 to 9,000 people who are incarcerated, who will never show up, who will never be able to participate in a beautiful city in a meaningful way. What does that do to per capita investment? What does that do to my district? I want to just talk about that. That's a longer term conversation I want to have. We have 4 years before the census will tell us, and then redistricting will follow that. So can you clarify? You said the Jordan River Trail should go north. It does.
I saw you write down that question, so I pulled up my map.
I've ridden my bike. I was like, am I riding my bike on something not the Jordan River Trail?
It's confusing. We have received quite a bit of public input from the Jordan River Commission that the Jordan River Trail should extend north into the newly annexed area of the city. So essentially,
It
just pulled
does.
up my map, 3,500 north. It doesn't extend that far north, and it is a challenging.
It goes all the way up to like Layton, doesn't it?
There's a section that doesn't connect. That yeah,
maybe we're just like illegally riding on some
Yes.
sidewalks and stuff there. Okay, I've not experienced a disruption. I'm open to it. I just was like, I didn't.
It's a challenging section of the river because we wouldn't have
legacy
ownership
shoreline?
on the east side. It would have to switch to the west side of the river and then back to the east.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So I noticed that there's a ton of focus on the TSA area, around those station area plans, which makes sense since that's where we'll densify. What I worry about is if we don't call out supporting the growth around that. So my neighbors are getting stressed out when it feels like we are supporting all of the apartments and things being put in, but no one ever comes and puts traffic calming on the roads where we are, even though the number of roads going in is increasing, or the usage on like Redwood is a mess, no matter what time of day. And that's a state road, so I'm not calling out our transportation department, I'm calling out state investment there. So, yes, the TSA, but as we're doing that, I'd like some specific call outs to making sure that the residential, not just infill development, but what it means for any of it to be developed and for that density to increase so that people who stay, even in things that might not densify, can still have a reasonable expectation that their kids can ride their bikes and not have to confront Teslas going, 70 miles an hour down 1200 West. We talked about housing, and while I'm a huge team player, we take more than one for the team. We take about a dozen for the team when it comes to not just affordability, but rehabilitative housing. So I don't love that the only thing that was called out there was that we would comply with the housing throughout the city. I really want to talk about workforce housing. Right now, we have housing that if you can afford a $500,000 mortgage, and have some economic mobility, you can buy one of the homes that have historically been there that have some land. We have a space if you are coming out of jail in like the Other Side Village and those sorts of models, or need a place to rehabilitate. We don't have housing for teachers and firefighters and the union workers who have historically called that place home. We need workforce housing. We need housing for the people who have called the West Side home, who continue to call it home, who have made it the coolest place to live in all of Utah. So I really would like a specific call out for workforce housing and the particular demographic we're incentivizing there. We always feel the economics and will always end up with the deeply affordable and rehabilitative housing if we don't. In the staff report, there was a call out to e-bike vouchers and other things to help with air quality. If we don't include something about infrastructure around initiatives like that, we will never have success. So if we have micro units over there, where are people supposed to keep their e-bikes? We are living multi-generationally. People are asking for more than 3 bedrooms. My neighbors were refugees from Somalia who had grandparents, parents, and children all in the same house. They do not have the extra space for bikes. If we really, really, really want to contribute to not just possessing an e-bike, but to using it, we need to look at the infrastructure around that biking. We need storage. We need winterized storage, and we need security. I don't ride my bike to Smith's, well, because it's easy enough for me to walk there from my house, but I don't ride my bike to Smith's because I can't be guaranteed that when I get out, it will be there. There is not a bike lock that the people who are intent on taking it have not figured out how to cut through. We need an infrastructure so that people can be sure that when they come out, those bikes will be there. There's no amount of hoping for an e-bike situation or even a biking culture that we can promote without going deep on building the infrastructure there. Also, if this is the place in the city where we're inviting in people who are refugees and new Americans, as we very proudly are, biking culture might not exist. If your family was figuring out just how to get to a safe place, you didn't grow up riding a bike. So the initiatives over there and the infrastructure over there is going to look different, and it shouldn't be condescending, but we should be open to the idea that that's an assumption we've started with that's already a couple steps down from where people are in their ability to adopt it. I love that we called out arts, and my neighbors are the most creative. We have a real difficulty with finding any venues in our area. Even in other places, even Marmalade has a little bit of a small, so maybe this is something we want to talk to the library about. I know that Day Riverside is on theirs, but we don't have a winter-proof way to gather. We do have a fantastic river trail, and we've been hearing a lot about Busker Fest and ways to try to support those things. But venues are huge on the arts. On preservation, we just don't have as many landmarks. No one cares where the Union plumber rested his head. They only care where the notable name. But what makes our West Side so special is that the Union plumber rested their head there. So yes, let's put things on the National Register, but those tend to commemorate moments or locations. I would love to see a forward-looking preservation that would commemorate movements, that would look at, like, the Rose is called Rose Park because if you look at it from the air, it was in the shape of a rose, and if your house was on a petal, it had a red roof, and if it was on the stem, it had a green roof, and the names of the streets are types of roses. And it happened all after World War II. This is a really interesting post-war movement, and it was specifically designed for people returning from war to be able to have a house, and it led to post-war prosperity in a way we've never seen. That's not one person's story. The West Side is our collective story. So as we're looking at preservation, yes, that National Historic Register, but if we could figure out ways to commemorate the movement, the thing that happened there, the story of the people, not the person, I think we're gonna get more bang for our buck on the history that we're trying to preserve over in that area. Under the economic development, I think we need to go beyond just subsidies. I'm thankful anytime someone wants to help, but we actually need an active destigmatization. I go to other districts to eat dinner. I don't know that other people come to my district to eat dinner, except for Red Iguana and then everyone who passes through, thanks to reality TV stops there. And technically that's Alejandra's, even though I'm a share that we share in this plan. So we need an active destigmatization. We need a strategy to signal to everyone that not only is it safe, but this is actually really vibey. Lorena has put this already in the economic plan, but if we can call out, it needs to go beyond just giving money to an issue, and it needs to go to storytelling, narrative building, marketing, and really emphasizing economic possibility beyond just that. And then finally, when we talk about the water smart, we have to call out what our water prices are doing. My neighbors could not be more frustrated that they are using less water, doing their job, sacrificing yards that they may have historically had, and paying more than they ever have, and then watching institutional neighbors never have all their sprinkler heads working, watering the sidewalks, and never feel. So as we're doing that, we have to call out what our water rates and what our water strategies are doing, and we need to figure out how to promote water smart in a way that is responsive to those frustrations, maybe even policy that can be responsive to it without making people feel like charity cases, and while promoting, people want to conserve over there, but we have to know that these frustrations are there. If you ask my neighbors to conserve one more time and raise their rates at the same time, I guarantee you they're gonna mutiny and they're just gonna start watering for the fun of it. So, yeah, but thank you. I think everything it's amazingly comprehensive, the way you've looked at the community. Thank you for capitalizing on our strengths. Some guidance for how to engage with partners who could preempt us, I think might be helpful. Some priorities in negotiation, those sorts of things might be helpful, since we know that we are increasingly losing traction both on the industrial front with the port and with the power district. But thank you. I appreciate everything you've done.
Any other thoughts?
Thank you very much. Just from this, the staff report just talks about some, does the administration have any specific projects with cost estimates associated with it? I mean, Councilmember Pizzo listed out a bunch of concerns, but also, the beauty of this program, of this plan. But any cost estimates on some of the stuff, because it's a great plan, but is there thoughts on the dollar to implement some of those things, get things moving?
Yeah. In the implementation matrix, there are, if you want to pull that up.
And that's at the very end of the plan.
It is at the very end. It provides 4 resources. So staff, finances, time, and community. So like, how involved will the community be, and is it primarily on the city, right? And we evaluate each of these initiatives associated with the identified targets as far as what type of investment from each of these resources that will be. There are quite a few that the finances are high and quite a few that it's low, right? We can do these things in-house and start to knock out some of these zoning changes, work with transportation on some of the identified issues you just mentioned, et cetera. Some of the other items that we've identified might be more costly, and knowing our budget concerns, they might not happen in the next 5 years. We know that. But as far as going out for bid, we have not done that.
Okay. There was a few things that caught my attention. Sincerely, I appreciate the work put into this, and I think I love measures of success, and this is what this is, right? It's understanding how we are going to measure or know if we're doing good or not, and setting that standard for ourselves. And I think in the section of government, it says, increase the number of residents' participation. I want us to think big and strong about that. I want us to get the West Side, or at least this area of the West Side, which is, a majority of your portion in District 1, but there is several slivers of my district in it. But I want us to match other portions of the city. I know that's hard to do for multiple reasons, but that will require a lot of money and a lot of time from our city, and a thoughtful plan on how to do that. It's just not just increase it, but match it. And to me, that would be the real measure of success when we're talking about government. And equity costs more, and it's harder to get to. So I think that to me is the key to the success of this project. If we have more of a West Side voices participating in all levels of the city, that to me is the key piece that I want to see from this part of the city. I can tell you about a million other pieces that I have thoughts, but sincerely, if we have more West Side voices at the table, participating with the city, knowing how to tell us when something is wrong, advocating, much like other neighborhoods are advocating for, signs or, potholes or whatever it is, we will have a more equitable city by itself. It will just happen. So I think that to me is the key to this plan, and beefing up that government portion of that, I think is on us to get more neighbors participating. I really appreciate the work. I appreciate the amount of engagement that you put together to get feedback from the community. To me, when we're talking about government, I also want us to ensure that we respond, and you mentioned this in the plan, but in the equitable manner when the issues raise. And I know that our neighbors are saying many times, if this would have happened in X neighborhood, East Side, it would have been different. I tend to disagree most of the time with that argument, but I also have found our city mistakenly, not purposely, doing something different sometimes. Much like when the unfortunate accident with killing of those 100 plus trees, it took us a while to get an actual response from our city, really, to come up with a plan on how to mitigate that mistake. It was a sincere mistake. It was a terrible mistake, but it was it wasn't purpose. But the city took a while to respond, and it really took, really the press, the community to just be upset about it. But this one example, if it would have happened in a different neighborhood, it would have been catastrophic for many of us politicians. And I wish sometimes we responded the same way. And I know that we try very hard, and I know that it's not, this administration and this city has done an incredible work in bridging this gap. I want us to not just bridge over the gap, but reduce, eliminate the gap, fill it up. And it's not going to be easily solved. It's going to take a while, and it's going to take a lot of money and time. So I appreciate the work. I appreciate the administration and the work that you guys are doing to solve this and the plan and envisioning this. So thank you.
Can you jogged my memory, because it's not just investing, it's investing in ways that make sense to our neighbors, that are responsive, and especially as we gentrify, the people who are likely to respond are people who have had the experience with government where their voice has been heard and responded to. That is not our historic neighbor. That is not a refugee population. That is not a blue-collar worker who is retiring here, who is used to being overlooked. And so if we're serious about equity, if we're serious about not gentrifying, about creating a mixed income community where the new people who can't afford the $500,000 mortgages are welcome alongside the teachers, alongside the person in rehab, alongside the historic, then our outreach and our responsiveness has to be consistent with things that are meaningful, and it has to go look for the people who won't be the lowest hanging fruit on response. We can very easily on the west side, especially once the power district gets up and going, create a falsified data set that will become the agent of gentrification and will be responding to the community. But I think I think it's really almost a cruel thing for me to say on the record, because it's not only is it not easy, there is probably no clear-cut way to do this. This is a very customized, we have to go and understand our neighbors and neighborhood in a way that city government hasn't historically. It's the paradigm shift. But I think if that's what we're really intending, and I think all of us in this room are, there's a level of responsiveness that isn't just showing up when 911 is dialed, not just making sure that we don't inadvertently block access to Cottonwood Dog Park by not having a bridge there for a year and a half. It's going and asking questions in ways that they can be heard, and then responding in ways that are meaningful. So thank you for bringing that up, because I think you're right. We could inadvertently decrease responsiveness from the people who we're actively trying to protect with this plan as the changes come, if we're not really strategic with that.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you for the time, the presentation. Thank you for making it clear. I love this presentation also because it's user-friendly. Sometimes plans get overwhelming, so I appreciate how you've done it. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And we will follow up with those changes.
Thank you. Council members, we're a little behind. We're going to move on to item number 5. It's an informational item, Central Community Plan Update. We're gonna welcome at the table Kate Warrett, Council Policy Analyst, Megan Booth, Principal Planner, Chrissy Gilmore, Planning Manager, and longtime friend, by the way. We know each other for 15 years. I don't know, it doesn't happen.
Great, thank you. The Planning Division is in the early stages of the Central Community Plan Update, and the existing conditions report was provided to you for your review. This is proposed to replace the 2005 plan. At this time, the existing conditions report is drafted and community engagement has begun. Planning is seeking council policy input on the plan update. This plan will eventually go to the Planning Commission, then come back to council for a public hearing and adoption. No action is required at this time. A few potential policy discussion items include park space access within the plan area. The council may also wish to ask planning staff what significant changes may arise in the upcoming plan, including any public space improvements, street changes, zoning modifications, new multimodal options, or anything similar to that. With that, I'll turn it to planning staff. Thanks.
Thank you, council members. It's so nice to be here this afternoon. My name is Megan Booth. I'm a principal planner in the Planning Division, and today we're here to talk about the Central Community Plan Update. As explained, this is just introductory, and so we'll give a quick overview of where we're at. Next slide. So this is really a briefing on the scope of the project, the existing conditions report that was published in May, the engagement plan or plan for that, and overall ideas for the Central Community Plan Update. Our hope is really to gather your input, identify key issues and opportunities. As explained, formal council action will come at a later time. Next slide. So the purpose and need, this current plan is 20 years old. It was adopted in 2005. We want to create a shared vision for the next 15 years that reflects today's community and align with recently adopted citywide plans such as Plan Salt Lake and Housing Salt Lake City. As you saw with the Northwest Plan, these plan updates are built to be measurable and updated more often. So that's our hope with this update as well. Next slide. So this is slightly off, but kind of true. We're right before big ideas. So right now we're looking at all the opportunities and issues. We're doing public engagement and formulating some big ideas by working with the community. The draft plan will come next and the final vision. So this is just kind of a timeline for that. Next slide. Right now, we also want to highlight the existing conditions report that's been published, and I'll turn that over to Chrissy to go over some of our findings.
Okay, thank you. Hi, thanks for having us. I just want to say that this is the exciting part of our job. We really love doing these. So I'm going to apologize now that I kind of nerded out and we have a lot of existing conditions slides. But in the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief. So I won't be as eloquent as my fancy notes were originally. So next slide, please. So what does the existing conditions report include? It includes a wide variety of topics. It's over 130 pages. It's very, very detailed. We use a variety of reliable sources, the U.S. Census, the Kempsey Gardner Institute, their data book, city data, state data. So it's a very comprehensive document that goes over the development history of the area, demographics, land use, zoning, housing, parks and rec, really anything that has to do with the city's function, it goes over. So this presentation will just hit very quickly on some of these topics, but if you're curious, you can get into the details in the actual document. Next slide, please. So as far as the plan area, this is located in the central area of Salt Lake City. It's approximately 6 square miles, and it's home to about 51,000 residents, or 25% of the city's population. You can see that downtown, in the original 2005 plan, downtown was included in the plan area, but it's now been taken out because there is a downtown plan now. So we don't have that included. Next slide. As far as the boundaries, the plan boundaries go from approximately South Temple all the way down to 17th South on the north, and then it kind of juts down to 2100 South. And then from east to west, it goes from approximately 1300 East down to 200 East, and then it juts down to the freeway. And there are 5 neighborhoods. These were identified in the 2005 plan. We've carried those over. We are talking to the community about renaming them if these names are appropriate, and we have received some feedback that we need to make some changes. Next slide, please. Development periods. So this slide illustrates how Central Community has grown throughout time. It shows that the earliest development was a sharp residential development. Most of the neighborhoods in this area were built between 1880 and 1930. And those are in the green and blue. And then as time went on, you saw commercial development and multifamily along our key corridors. So that's in the orange and red. And you can see along 400 South with tracks coming in that encouraged new development in the late or early 21st century, And then again, along 300 West, you can see that new red and orange development. Next slide, please. I can't talk about development without addressing redlining and equity. So in the mid-20th century, you guys are all well aware, but the federal government and private lenders used a practice called redlining to designate which neighborhoods were considered safe investments for mortgages and what neighborhoods were considered hazardous. And this practice assigned higher risk to minority neighborhoods. They were labeled in D, which is hazardous, where they were denied housing loans, or C, which is definitely declining in yellow, where they weren't fully denied loans, but they did receive less investment. This is important to highlight because of these patterns continue today. While the practice was from the 1930s and 40s approximately, we still see these when we look at demographic numbers, like where you see the red is where we see higher poverty rates currently. So it's just something we want to acknowledge and make sure we're aware of moving forward. Next slide, please. And then the same goes for how the community was shaped. We can't talk about development without acknowledging how the construction of I-15 impacted the neighborhood. This map is interesting. If you look to the very left of the map, there's some yellow boxes. That's not where the freeway went through exactly. That's along 300 West, but those homes were subsequently demolished as an impact of the freeway coming in and changing the development pattern, changing where investment went, and contributing to that disinvestment there while investment went other places. So next slide, please. Urban Forum, this is just a quick one. It just shows how, as we had development later, like the earlier development was smaller buildings, and then as it come later, you have bigger building footprints with larger open spaces and parking lots around them. This just highlights opportunities for new development where redevelopment could possibly take place. Next slide. Population and growth. So as I mentioned, Central Community is home to 25% of the city's total population. Since 2010, the population has grown by 10%, but that growth hasn't been even. You can see in the blue, we've had an increase in growth in the Ballpark neighborhood and Central City, but then towards the southeast plan boundary, we've had a decrease in growth. And I actually think this is interesting because of those two red boxes on the southeast corner are also where we have the highest concentration of children in the plan area. I'm still trying to figure out the tie to that, but where we've had the most population decrease is where we also have the most children, so it's kind of interesting. When you look at demographics, the northern portion of the plan area is where we see the most college-aged residents, and then, like I mentioned, the south part is where we see the more families and children. Next slide, please. Race and ethnicity. So overall, the Central community is less diverse than Salt Lake City as a whole. Both minorities comprising 27% of the local population compared to 35% citywide. But this does vary between each neighborhood, with Ballpark and Central City having a higher minority population than the other neighborhoods. Next slide, please. I won't explain zoning to you, you know about that, but this just shows that there is a wide variety of zoning designations in this plan area. With the purple is mixed use, we have the light yellow is single-family residential, and the oranges are our multifamily residential. Next slide. As far as housing density, the average density in the plan area is 12.7 units per acre, and this is higher than the citywide average, which is 8.9 units per acre when you take out Central Community. And Central City and East Central North have the highest density in the plan area. Next slide. Housing types. So the majority of housing types are multifamily units, which you can see in the dark blue. We call them apartments on the slide. And then single-family housing accounts for a larger percentage of land area, but a smaller percentage of units, which probably isn't surprising. I think this map is really interesting, though, because when you compare it to the zoning on the previous slide, especially that southeast portion, you see swaths of yellow, which is single-family zoning, but in reality, you can just see that it's a smattering or a variety of duplexes, multifamily buildings, single-family, and so the zoning map doesn't really align with what's on the ground. Next slide, please. So income. So this is where we start to see a bigger difference between each of those 5 neighborhoods. The median household income in Central Community is $63,000, almost $64,000, compared to the citywide average of $75,000. But this varies widely across each neighborhood. So Central City, East Central, and Ballpark all have an average income lower than $55,000 a year, while East Central South and Liberty have higher incomes at $85,000 and $92,000, which is almost $30,000 more than the other neighborhoods. And then on top of that, the lower median income, about 41% of households earn less than $50,000 a year in the Central Community. And so all of that just leads to this chart, which shows that compared to the rest of Salt Lake, a higher percentage of Central Community residents live in poverty. And this varies fairly significantly between each of these communities, where you can see Central City and Ballpark have higher percentages of youth poverty, senior poverty, and then uninsured. Next slide, please. Housing affordability. So that leads us to the housing affordability session, where you know that if someone spends more than 30% of their income, it means they're cost burdened. Income on housing, it means they're cost burdened. The Central Community has about, I think it's 48% of renters are considered cost burden. That's slightly higher than homeowners. And you probably can't see it very well, but I just wanted to quickly point out this cost burden scenario that shows that the average price of a home in Central Community, sorry, I have to look at it, $470,000. If someone's to put down a down payment on that, we show 2 different scenarios. They would need to make at least $106,000 to afford that home. And when you think that the average income is almost $64,000, and in Ballpark it's only $55,000, that just shows how unattainable it is to buy a home in the Central Community area. Next slide, please. Transportation, there's a wide variety of arterial roads. Central Community has the most arterial roads of any plan area. Active transportation also has a wide and robust active transportation system. As far as bus routes, goodness, I should get my eyes checked. I cannot see, sorry. I know, I'm just like, whoa, this is getting scary for me. But 93% of households are within a 4th mile of a bus stop, and then 26% of households are within a 4th mile of a transit stop. And you can see those from the transit stops, those bubbles that surround them. All right, next slide, please. So as far as Parks and Rec, the Central Community has the lowest park access of any planning area in Salt Lake City. And we looked at this not just number of acres per person, but also as walkability, and it's the lowest on both of those. So there are major barriers for transportation to parks because there's so many large corridors like 700 East, State Street, 400 South. And then while the map, it might appear that there are lots of parks as far as the number goes, the acreage does not, they're all pretty small besides Liberty Park, so that acreage doesn't, or the number doesn't make up for the small acreage. So overall, there's just a gap in both park acreage and park accessibility. Next slide. And then I wanted to end with public art because this is a huge asset for the Central Community. I think of any plan area, they probably have the most public art. It was brought up many times in our outreach. People are very proud of it, and it's something that we wanted to highlight, that it's a big contributing factor for why people identify and love this area. All right, next slide.
Thanks, Chrissy. So now I'll just give a quick overview of where we've been in the process, what we're doing to engage the community, and what we've been hearing so far and where we're heading next. Engagement is still ongoing throughout the process, so these are just early themes that we've heard. Next slide. So far, we've had 15 in-person engagement events, 11 stakeholder interviews, 2 commission briefings, 2 open houses, 6 pop-ups, and 3 community council meetings, and we're hitting the 2 other community council meetings next month. We've had many visits to the project website. One thing we've been trying to do is meet people where they are at coffee shops, neighborhood breakfast joints, festivals, and community events instead of expecting them to come to us. As I mentioned, engagement is still ongoing. The survey will remain open throughout the fall, and we have additional events planned through August and September. Next slide. So where have we been? Early outreach started in February. We went to Clayton Middle School's Career Day, continuing through Youth City, Living Tradition, and Jefferson Jams. In June and July, we held pop-ups. As I mentioned, we presented at the community council meetings, had our open houses. We also presented a similar briefing to the Planning Commission and Historic Landmark Commission. Next slide. So what have we been hearing? So when residents were asked what they love about Central Community, many mentioned the strong sense of community, walkability, and bikeability. Residents talked about the 9 Line, Liberty Park, the neighborhood proximity to downtown. They also highlighted the tree canopy, historic homes, and the variety of the architecture. Many appreciate the locally owned businesses instead of chains, and spoke about the people, students, neighbors who look out for one another, and kids who can walk to a friend's house. More than one resident simply said it's just the best place to live in the city. Next slide. So what we've heard about housing. On housing, many participants mentioned missing middle housing, duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, ADUs, small apartment buildings with mixed-use shops nearby. Residents did point to vacant sites and suggested reusing older buildings rather than demolishing them. Affordability, as we mentioned, has been a recurring theme. There's a want for family-sized unit, more ownership opportunities like condos. At the same time, those who supported more housing also raised concerns about large apartment buildings, traffic, design quality. These comments, as discussed, are what we expected. Next slide. For transportation, residents describe major roads as barriers between neighborhoods and asked for traffic calming and safer crossings at these corridors, plus more direct north-south connections into downtown. Transit came up as infrequent, sometimes slow and expensive. For biking, residents were asking for protected bike lanes, better bike parking at businesses, and keeping the existing lanes unobstructed. Next slide. For parks and open space, residents requested more park tree shade as well as larger plazas, gathering spaces, and community gardens. They also wanted green infrastructure, waterwise landscaping that follow the Growing Water Smart guidelines. Shade has been mentioned often, both for comfort and making walking easier during the summer. Ballpark and Central City were named as top priorities for new parkland and tree canopy. Several residents also said that maintaining existing parks was very important rather than building new ones. Next slide. What we've heard on public safety centers on homelessness, drug activity, and property crime. Some participants reported feeling unsafe in parks while walking. I do want to highlight the great work that our park rangers do. I think that's a little bit of an education thing for our community that they are out there. Central City Ballpark and Liberty Park came up most often. Several expressed a desire for services to be distributed more evenly. Next slide. So to close, what we've heard about for this plan area for neighborhood and community is residents want to preserve their community character, the area's diversity, historic homes, and support long-term residents and family-friendly neighborhoods. There's a clear desire for more neighborhood-serving businesses, everyday needs within walking distance, and a preferences for local businesses. As Chrissy mentioned, we've heard some confusion about the neighborhood names, so we'll be looking at that in our future engagement. Next slide. So as mentioned several times, engagement will continue throughout the plan update. We were at J&J Coffee this morning. We'll be at Liberty Heights Fresh later this month. In August, we're partnering with Hill Utah on a ballpark walk audit, along with the community photo walk in Liberty Park. And we hope that will kick off the Through Your Lens community photo contest. And as mentioned, we'll be meeting with the remaining 2 community councils. We hope to wrap up some of our engagement in September at the Backyard Film Bash and the 9th and 9th Street Festival. The photo contest is just another way for people to share their perspectives on the neighborhood. It's also a cross-language barrier. Anyone can submit a photo. It's pretty easy on your phone. They can submit their photos showing what they love, how they get around, or how they'd like to see the community to grow. And then we'll display those photos at the Backyard Film Bash, and hopefully some of them will be featured in the final plan, so the community's own photos and thoughts will help tell the story of the plan. So with that, we welcome council members at any of these events, and if there are any community or groups events that you think we should connect with, please let us know. Next slide.
Councilmember Carlson.
I just want to say a profound thank you for the robust community engagement you've done on this plan. You had some slides that said where you've been, and I think those should be where haven't you been, because you have been literally everywhere. And I've seen you out in the community, whether it's neighborhood spots, community council meetings, other pop-up opportunities. You have taken community engagement above and beyond on this plan. And I'm deeply appreciative of your creativity and your approach to ensuring community voices are represented in it. And it's a lot of hard work and a lot of long hours. It's not during the traditional 8 to 5 work day. So thank you for your work and efforts to elevate community voices.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
The next thing, and I had an opportunity to weigh in on this plan and have seen you, as I've talked about, on the road at the different community events. But I just wanted to really express my appreciation also for you including redlining and the historical nature and the ways in which that denied access to certain communities to social and economic mobility, and to just really name that the past influences the present, and now with this plan, we're having a conversation with the future. And so I want to just continue to emphasize that we have an opportunity to right some historical wrongs as we imagine the future of a central community over the next 15 years. But other than those 2 things, I just want to, again, say thank you for all your hard work on this, and it's hard to believe you're just really getting started.
Council members? Okay. I wanted to thank the work, this type of plans and visioning for the future, understanding the challenges that we have on the ground, the realities that we have to work with, just help us a lot in implementing policies that impact our community. So thank you for the work. I wish we could make some of these plans available in our own pages and, individual council pages for, much like the discussion earlier on the item before, for the community. When they search for us, they can access some of this like basic information that is actually so useful when it's put together like this. So thank you. Oh yes.
I want to thank you as well. I love how you're integrating this with previous plans. That's not an easy task, as you know. So thank you for doing the heavy lifting on that. It's much appreciated.
Thank you so much for the work and the presentation. Council members, we're going to keep on taking a break now. So we are going to re-engage at 4:40. So 20-minute break, 19-minute break. Moving on to the agenda, now we are back to item number 7. This is an informational item for affordable housing incentives 2-year report. We're gonna welcome Nick Norris, Planning Director, and Allison Rowland, our Council Policy Analyst. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is about the Affordable Housing Incentives Report. When the council first approved the Affordable Housing Incentives, or AHI ordinance, you requested a report on the policy's implementation be provided after 2 years, and since it was approved at the end of 2023, 2 years have passed. But before we get to that, I want to provide a little bit of context for the 2 new council members. You already know that the city provides a variety of financial incentives for developers to include affordable housing units in their projects, and most of these incentives, these kinds of incentives, are channeled through the Community Redevelopment Agency. I almost called it the RDA, but it's a CRA. The Affordable Housing Incentives Policy uses several additional kinds of incentives to promote the same goal of increasing the number of affordable housing units. These incentives include changes to certain aspects of the city's zoning ordinances and streamlining the plan approval process that developers must go through before they can begin construction. So Nick Norris is here to go into more detail on the affordable housing incentive changes in his presentation, and he also includes some new data that wasn't available at the time of the transmittal. There are also some policy questions, as usual, in your staff report that you could look over for your interest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just to add on to that, the intent of the affordable housing incentives was to use zoning to incentivize the creation of affordable housing in 2 different ways. One was to make it so that public dollars, whether they're city, state, or federal dollars, were capable of either producing more affordable housing units or more deeply affordable housing units, which we all know are the hardest to realize. And then 2 was to shorten the approval times so that affordable housing projects weren't being delayed by longer land use approvals like design review or plan developments, so that it was easier for them to align their funding approvals with their city approvals, which are usually required before they can get their funding. So if you can go to the next slide. So this is basically what the council asked us to do when this was adopted, and we chose 2 years from when it became effective, which was in April of 2024. Next slide. So we're going to start by just talking about some of the stats associated with what's been submitted and asked of the city. And so most of this data is as of March 15th, 2026, because that's when we put this report together. It will have changed since then, but we've had a total of 32 property owners apply to utilize the affordable housing incentives. 13 of those, as you can see, have been withdrawn, and then you can see the status of those. So there's a 3-step process here. So once something's submitted, we do our initial review to make sure we have all of the required information. It seems like it's giving a weird feedback on the microphone, but and then from there we grant what we call preliminary approval, and that is essentially acknowledging what you've submitted complies with our regulations. Depending on the type of incentive used, there would be a final approval. So if they need a modification to a standard in our zoning code, which is authorized as part of the incentives, final approval will document those approvals in place. And then they can submit, or then they can proceed with building permit processes. So as you can see here, we've had a total of, a little over 1,300 total dwellings in the projects that have utilized the affordable housing incentives, and close to 1,000 that are affordable units. It's important to note that the city requirement to use the affordable housing incentives is anywhere from 5 to 40% of the total dwellings. So depending on the incentive used, that's what would determine that. And so in in this instance, not all of those affordable dwellings have been approved just because of our affordable housing incentives. Most of those are LIHTC funded projects anyway, and they would be coming here, but what they've been able to do is get more units than they normally would have because they can go up, either increase building height, which is most of what's happened in terms of the number of dwellings, but also in some zones it allows other types of housing to be built. Next slide. So these are all the units broken down. You may have noticed that there's a slight discrepancy in the total, and that is because we had one project that submitted twice, but the way we've calculated all these, we wanted to make sure we captured every proposal. So the real number isn't 975 as of this, it was 973 because one project submitted the same thing in two different locations and then picked one that they went with. So, but you can see the breakdown of affordability, that percentages of AMI. So that's the area median income. You'll see 100% there. That is allowed if it's for sale dwellings. So if it's a for sale product, they can be at 100% of AMI. Now that's going to be still lower than, because it's income based, not housing cost based. So that's why you see that on there. But most of the incentives kick in at 80% or below. Next slide. Hopefully this is comes across as relatively easy to read, but we wanted to break down where the applications are coming, both from zoning district and by council district. I think a little bit of a surprise is of the applications that were not withdrawn, 8 of those are in single family zones. That surprised us a little bit, I think. And most of those are, in fact, the 2 completed projects we have were both in one of those zones. And then you can see we also translated the old zoning districts to the current MU zones as part of the consolidation here. So that's where those numbers come in. And then by council district, I don't know that there's, oh, yeah, please stay on the slide, thank you. The percentages of the total dwellings, it's broken down both by the applications in each council district, the total dwellings, and then the total affordable dwellings, so you can see where they are. District 5 actually, well, District 2 has had the most number of applications. District 5 has had the highest percentage of total dwellings that are using the incentives and the highest percentage of affordable dwellings, followed by districts 2 and 1. And then you can see how the other districts follow. That is almost entirely due to zoning. Next slide. So the different housing types that have been proposed are on the left. So basically, depending on what zone you're in, so in the single family low density zones, you can do up to a 4-plex. And so most of those 4-plexes down to the cottage court, which is just, it's listed there, small lot, small footprint, detached dwellings, are in those zones. So that's where you can see those projects. Some are in an RMF zone, so that's why you get some of that. And then the multifamily are almost all in the mixed-use zoning categories in downtown. And then the other type of incentive we have are the various things that could be modified. So in the R1 zones, there's different housing types other than detached single dwellings that are allowed. You can reduce parking, you get extra building stories, and then the biggest one that people use are the staff level approvals for modifications. Most of these are associated with the low density zoning districts where we're approving lots without street frontage at the staff level, so that those units, at least this is mostly with twin homes and duplexes that have been associated with this, but it allows them to put those on their own lots so they can be sold. Next slide. We did break down the bedrooms that are in these projects. This is only for the applications that have had a building permit issued. So we haven't broken down the bedrooms for those things that have been approved to use the AHI but have not had their building permit issued. So you can see, I think these numbers actually surprised us a little bit too, in that, you know, more than half of, in fact, significantly more, close to 60%, I think, of these, or 70% maybe, have 2 or more bedrooms in them. So that's a reflection, I think, of a couple of things. One, we had a pretty large project, I think it was in the Sugar House area, that had a broad range of bedroom units used. And then we had another one in kind of in the Guadalupe neighborhood that also had quite a bit of 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms. Next slide. So these are whatever these numbers add up to. I think it's around 18 or something like that that have been in a various application process as of March. So the AHI application was either under review, meaning it had just been submitted, or it's granted preliminary review or final review. And then the ones that have either applied for a building permit, have been issued a building permit, or have completed it, so or are under inspection. So you can kind of see, as of May, we had just one application that was under review that had submitted a building permit already. So that's pretty funny. But and same with preliminary approval. They hadn't been approved to use the AHIs, but they've already gone ahead and submitted their plans and permits. We are actually reviewing those permits when they come in, not just sitting on them waiting, so that helps reduce the approval time. And then we have the final approval. One of the things is that we have a very high percentage of even preliminary approvals that have gone to building permit. So almost everybody who is applying to use the AHI is also getting building permits. That's much different than most other land use applications, where maybe 50% of approvals actually ever submit a building permit. So most of those, they try to get approval and they just die. Next slide. Some of the key points that we've been working on with this. So as you know, we'll get into this in the next slide or two, but all of these require recording a restrictive covenant on the property. This is what requires the most time, not just from a staff time, but most time overall in this whole process, is getting those restrictive covenants to the point that they can be actually recorded against the property. We've had a limited number of completed projects. Why that's important is because this requires an annual report that's due 1 year after you get your certificate of occupancy. And so since we've only had 2 properties completed, both those were completed towards I think in December of 2025. So their first annual report won't be submitted until December of this year. And that's that last point. No projects have had to submit that annual report yet because they haven't been built for more than a year. Next slide. The restrictive covenant, I wanted to give a little bit more information on, because this was one of this is the key piece of this that ensures that the applicants are actually providing what they say they're going to. So the restrictive covenant includes a bunch of different things. There's the recitals that are the basic facts. Here's the number of units, here's your dwellings, here's your affordability level, et cetera. There's some definitions on what all of that means. There's actually 13 specific covenants that are in all of the documents that get recorded. They vary slightly whether it's a for sale property versus a rental property, because the rental properties, we have a covenant that says you can't basically condominiumize this for sale while you're under these covenants. And then it addresses what happens if somebody defaults, and then what the city's capabilities are. Next slide. So these are the types of things that are in that list of 13. Obviously, you have to rent to qualified tenants at an agreed upon rate and for the length of time. There's certain occupancy types of things, so they can't rent them to someone who's only going to be there for not full time. Can't use them for like short-term rentals and things like that. How they're maintained. Obviously, you can't discriminate with who you're renting to. The annual report. You limited on what you can do for expanding the buildings, things like that. What happens if the ownership of the property changes? That's really important for sale things. And then how we enforce that. Next slide. Some of the biggest issues with restrictive covenant right now, these require a significant time from the city attorney's office. We do have templates that are used, but they have to fill in the specifics for each project. We help them with those numbers and putting them in. But one of the things that we're running into is that almost every applicant wants to negotiate some of those covenants. And we have told them we're not negotiating the covenants. That's not something we're going to do. We have had some issues where some of the covenants may conflict with some of the terms of their lending institutions, in which case we've been able to create modify those specific covenants. That's really important for LIHTC, which requires certain things that we don't want to conflict with. And our intent was if somebody already had, they're under pretty strict financial requirements associated with their money, to not get in the way of that. And if you remember, for those of you who are on the council when this was adopted, we specifically said we didn't want to do that. If someone already was going through that, we didn't want to create another hoop to jump through or another a loop to go around. And then again, like I said, this is the longest part of the approval process. Next slide. We do think there's some things that we could improve to kind of drive home some of the point. One of those is some of these terms we may want to consider adopting into our code. That way they are, it's more clear cut for applicants that we don't have the ability to negotiate them. Like I said, we've resolved the conflicts with some of the lending institutions, and we've gone from there. And then some of our goals for making some of these changes, obviously we need to reduce the time for the city attorneys. We are doing so many restrictive covenants and development agreements now that our land use attorneys are significantly impacted by that. And so we really want to try to do what we can to streamline those things. And part of that is eliminating the negotiation part and reduce the overall time. Next slide. That might be it. Oh, and then here's some code clarifications that we think have come up. One is the timing of subdividing. So the affordable housing incentives can only be used on existing lots. What that means is somebody can't come in with a parcel of land and propose applying AHI to all of it and then subdivide it further. So this is really important in our low density zones where you get 4 dwellings per existing lot. So if you have a lot that may be 3 times the minimum lot size of that zone, say you're in an R1 7,000 zone and you've got 22,000 square feet, you would have to subdivide that land legally before you could apply for AHI. Then each of the 3 lots would be eligible for it. But what we're seeing is that those lots generally cannot be subdivided without going also through a plan development process, because either they don't meet the street frontage or they don't meet the minimum lot widths and things like that. And so what we want to clarify is that if you're going through a plan development, the plan development would have to specifically authorize your use of affordable housing incentives instead of getting the plan development and then trying to apply it. Part of that is because an approved plan development becomes, in most instances, your actual zoning, right? You've modified certain things, and that plan development has to be followed with all future building permits. And so if we haven't authorized affordable housing to be used in that, then you wouldn't be able to do it. So we want to work around clarifying that. We have no intention of somebody who may have 20,000 square feet for that to be divided into 3 lots and then divided again into 4 lots per unit to get that. That is not the intent of the affordable housing incentives. So that's kind of what we want to get to. I already mentioned codifying terms in the covenant. One thing that I think is in the council office, I think it's been transmitted, but for whatever reason, when the code was adopted, the fines were referenced as being in the consolidated fee schedule, but legally they can't be in the consolidated fee schedule because it's not a fee, it's a fine. And so we have a text amendment to put those back into our code, so it's very clear that it's not changing the amounts. But one thing we are adding is an additional fine if you violate the restrictive covenant. So not just violating the AHI requirements, but any aspect of the covenant. And then the other thing is that there's been some confusion with applicants of whether the covenant only applies to the affordable housing incentive dwelling, so that's that 10% or 5%, whatever it is, or if it applies to every dwelling in a development. Our intention when this was written is that it would only apply to the AHI required dwellings. Everything else, you're just subject to the zoning rules or whatever your lending institution requires you. So that's a code clarification that we're probably going to start working on it over the next year or two. And I think that's the end of the presentation, but happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Wharton?
Yeah. So what do you think is the biggest surprise of this? Is it the negotiations taking a long time?
I think
the number of people who want to negotiate?
Yeah, I think that's probably, I don't know that we anticipated the restrictive covenant, almost everyone wanting to change some wording in one of those, right? And it's for us and the attorneys, that's just a non-negotiable, right? We're not going to do those things. Now, some of them have been valid, like I mentioned with Light Tech, but we've addressed those. And so I think that's one of our biggest surprises is how long that process has taken. I don't think we envisioned it taking months, maybe weeks. And for it to run, the benefit is it does coincide with their building permit review. But generally, if you're building a low density project, those building permits review are pretty quick. So that's kind of one of those big, wait a minute, we didn't see that happening like that.
So aside from like LIHTC or other funding requirements, what might a typical negotiation look like? Like, what is it that they're even negotiating? And
sometimes it's people not wanting, like we have I'm trying to remember the exact thing, but we've had people ask about, why do you have the non-discrimination stuff in there? I'm like, well, you have to comply with the Fair Housing Act, right? And we're not, and we want to make sure you are.
Yes.
And so there's been some who have questioned the length of term on those things, and those are things that are in code. So it's usually more frequently we don't necessarily disagree with it. We just don't like how you worded it. And so we're just kind of like, we're not going to wordsmith these things back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole, but I guess I'm kind of confused as to, I don't remember creating like a negotiation setting. So I don't know why they feel like it is negotiable, any of it?
Yeah, and they ask.
Okay.
So.
And then what have we learned, or what would inform our thoughts and conversations about expanded housing opportunities from this?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're seeing with this versus expanding housing opportunities is that the dwellings, particularly in the low density, because that's where expanding housing would apply, is that the housing units themselves are typically still pretty large because there's not restrictions on them through AHI. And so, we've had one that was, I think it was a duplex where each duplex was like over 2,000 square feet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so it's like, okay, that's great if, and then it was for somebody's adult son who was somewhat independent, but, needed other. And so it's like, yeah, that meets, as long as you're committed to this thing. And whereas the expanding housing options is intended to produce the smaller scale homes so that they're more attainable without having a need necessarily for subsidized funding, really. Almost every project that we've had, except for I think 2 of the duplexes, have had some affordable housing incentive dollars going to it. So the expanding housing options is intended to create an avenue to create more attainable housing than what might be able to here, because a lot of these projects wouldn't qualify for funding because they're just too small. But right, they're just 2 units or 4 units, and that doesn't always qualify.
And what about, are there any, like, have we learned anything about having the plan development component, or would that not apply to the expanded?
So we would address, we think similar issues will come up. And so we're working through that already with that. So that's one thing that we're trying to rein into so that it doesn't get the same scenario with expanding housing options.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Dugan.
Thanks, appreciate this. I mean, some of this is not really shocking to me. I'm thinking about the R1, R, 5 and 7,000. You had 8 applicants, and you had the 2 that were for sale. Have these been over the last like 6 months? Because I'm thinking that they were later, and does that shock you that the numbers were so low, or it was, shocking that the numbers are so low? Or
I don't think it shocked us that the numbers are so low. Going in, we didn't anticipate this being used in the low density districts all that much.
Yeah.
So we already knew there was a low expectation there.
Right.
But I don't think that in the first 2 years we expected more properties in those zones to apply than in the other zones. And some of that is just a reflection of the time upon which the affordable housing incentives went into effect. They went into effect at a time when the financial world, in terms of financing development, was really, really challenging. And so most of those low density projects were people who had and we did anticipate this, had a lot of equity or in basically very large R1 properties that had space to do it fairly easily. And that's exactly what those were.
And it wasn't a shock that there was only 2 units on the for sale end of it.
No. Yeah, the first sale is complicated because people have to it's a different financing mechanism, and people basically have to be able to carry that weight for sale and be willing to manage that over time.
Right.
And so, yeah.
Councilmember Petro.
So you had information saying how you can't attribute all of the volume, but do you have any indication in the data tracking as to whether or not we were able to promote the geographic diversity? When we came up with this ordinance, the idea was that economics always tends to push the affordable housing, but this would be a policy tool to help push that affordability and spread it out. Do you have any data if the AHI applications helped with the geographic diversity?
We have it by council district, but we don't have I think until some of these, we get more built, I don't know that we'll be able to see if there's what the concentration actually is. So we haven't broken it down by address yet. It's just because of the time. But
for the future, for me, a data point, I don't expect that even a majority of the affordable housing in the city would use this ordinance. But if this ordinance is incentivizing an affordability in places where it hadn't been, that would be I would be interested in that kind of data.
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody would. Yeah.
Council members? Okay.
Wait, can we do another update in like 2 years?
Sure.
Another 2 years? Because there were a couple points where you're like, we won't know this until they're built, and I want to know those things. So is 2 years another good time, or?
Oh yeah, I think that's more than doable. So.
Okay.
Hitting the snooze button for 2 years now, then.
Ugh, let me just set my timer.
Set your timer.
Yeah.
You can set a reminder and then let us know.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the update. Council members, we're going to go to item number 8, which is CIP, Capital Improvement Program follow-up. Now we have, we'll welcome Kate Warrett, Council Policy Analyst, to the table, and we also have our spreadsheets in front of us, so it's your time.
Great, thank you. You might want to get those candy bowls a little closer to you because we have an hour and it's going to be real fun, but it's a lot. So, just a little reminder, last week we had our first conversation about the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, and we went over the different funding sources, how many applications we have. As a reminder, there's 76 applications, 32 of which came from the departments, 42 from constituents. Total asks were over $58 million. There's $34.9 million to go around. So, on our funding logs that you have in front of you, you can see the different funding sources. If we want to review those funding sources, we can. If we don't want to, we don't need to. So if any questions come up, just interrupt me, because I'm going to keep going and try and keep this exciting. So the orange section on that funding log is the funding sources. Up above that orange section on page 1, you can see the total amount available for each of those different funding sources. As a reminder, the general fund and restricted property tax are the most flexible funds and could go for anything. Just as a reminder, we'll look at one row altogether. For project number 1 here, we have a 1 that gives us the number, so if we want to bounce around a little bit, we can go by the number there. The district numbers in the next column. CW means citywide. Citywide can be anywhere from 2 districts to all the districts. There are more details in the summary section, which has the title of the project and the division that is requesting it, or it'll say constituent application if it's a constituent application, and then the division that the constituent worked with. A great example, I'll point it out when we get to it, but the first we'll see is project number 23 is a constituent application. That's the first one we'll see of that. So, summary of the application. If we want more details, it's available in the CIP book. And then the next column has the total. So the total requested amount, the amount that the CD CIP board recommended, and the amount that the mayor recommended. And then if you follow it to the right, you can see where those different funding sources came from. And then when we get to that point, we'll have the council, your recommendations and final, well, not your recommendations, what you decide to fund. Questions, or are we ready to go? Let's do this.
So ready.
Interrupt me. I'm going to be looking for a head nod. I'm going to keep going, get this going fast. Okay, number 1, street reconstruction. They requested $2.3 million for this. The focus is going to be on several streets listed in that second paragraph. And as I mentioned, reconstruction. So this is like the whole street going away. So 200 South, 600 East, Gilmore Drive, 900 South, Emerson Avenue, Texas Street, which overlaps with CIP application from a constituent, depending on how far the funding goes. But it should go that far, would be my expectation, just based on where it came in on that list. Also, I wanted to point out that the majority of the people in the audience right now are from the administration and here to answer your questions. Yeah.
Yeah, so just a quick clarification to what you just said. Are these streets listed in a prioritized order, or is it this is what we hope to address and we'll have to make decisions?
Mark will answer that.
Thank you.
Mark Stevens, city engineer. This is our goal to be able to get to as many of these projects as possible. A lot of the times what depends on how much of a project we can do, we're legally required to have an engineer's estimate that meets what the project proposed budget is before we can advertise it out for bids. If we get back favorable bids, which we have seen this past year, then we can put out even more projects. So this is the estimated goal of projects that we'll be doing with this fiscal year 27 money, and then favorable bids and other funding sources they become available will allow us to add to this.
Okay, that's helpful. Just timeline-wise, in terms of bids, do you have a sense of like how long that process takes?
Depending upon the size of the project, if we've got very complex projects where we have a lot of public engagement, say a 2100 South, 300 West, 200 South, usually 2-year design and a year or 2-year construction. And during that 2-year design is public engagement concept to about 40%, which Transportation Division handles and their outreach. And then engineering takes it over from 40% to final design, construction drawings, bidding, construction, and ribbon cutting at the end. So depending upon the complexity, could be a year design, could be 2 years design, and then same for construction, could be a year, 2 years.
Okay. I guess my question / request is that as soon as we know whether or not some of these like streets, I guess, that are lower on the list would be eligible to be included in the funding, if you can just let us know. I know the resident for Texas Street who's been applying for CIP. I think this is their 3rd, if not 4th year.
Absolutely.
And I would just like to counsel them one way or another to whether or not participating in a future round is in their best interest, or if they hang their hopes on we would be included in this space.
And I apologize I didn't answer your first question. Is the list prioritized the way it's ordered? The answer is no. So all of these, the funding for that is the way we've listed them out based upon the favorable bids we have been getting in the market that we're in currently. I would see very favorably that all of these could be done. So, and we'll look into that. The other thing that we're also looking into is as the 2018 general obligation bond wraps up, there were bond interest funds that were obtained from that. We have been working to replace any Class C money that we utilized along the entire 2018 general obligation bond with those bond interest funds, which frees up that money to be able to use for projects like this and supplement as needed.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great.
We're good?
No. Okay, let's move on. Number 2. I want to point out that project number 2 and project number 3 are the only 2 projects that have a match requirement and are receiving funding from other sources. So with number 2, it's a match with the county. It's a 50-50 cost share with the county to replace the culinary water line for Sugar House Park. Okay, I'm gonna move on.
Who needs water?
Well, Unwashed Food is having a moment.
I think culinary water is important for anyone who uses the water fountains or even the dog water fountains. Like, do we want them drinking lead? No, we don't. Yeah, I think the biggest thing, and I really appreciate this being prioritized. It is a huge need. It's an ongoing need, and it's in the top priorities for the Sugar House Park Authority. And just putting it out to the universe, we are so grateful to our friends at the county for helping us find their matching funds so that we can help projects like this move forward.
I didn't mean to make you advocate for this one, but thank you for advocating for it. I know you are.
Great. Project number 3 is the Green Bike project. This one has the match also, with the city putting forward just over $57,000. We will receive $792,000 from the federal government. They have rounded this number up to $65,000, with the extra being used to replace damaged, rusted, missing bike racks or bike corrals. So
I might be, I just want us to track this extra little funding here, because I certainly have something that I would like to pitch in some money for, but I'm sure that maybe some of us have some other thoughts. But I wanted to highlight this little extra gap between what is needed and what is recommended.
I agree with that. I was also noticing, thinking about just the match and then what might be some leftover.
Great. Okay, let's go to project number 4. This one is our public way concrete replacement and rehabilitation program. This is an annual request for $750,000. I believe many of you have met with Public Services regarding this recently. Any questions? Great. Okay. Next up is the traffic signal replacement upgrade. Their request was for $2.5 million. CDCIP and the mayor both recommended $2 million for this. As a heads up, we have some really old streetlights out there, or traffic signals out there. When they no longer work, they don't track with the traffic. They just go on a timer system instead, or they fail.
Okay, let me ask a few questions here, and I think I would love some information. I know that the city has been trying to replace all those cable streetlights. I think that was like an explanation that was given to us years ago. I'm sure that there is a reason beyond they're not as pretty as the other ones. I also noticed the cable streetlights. Oh. You're looking at me. It's scaring me there. But also the cost of the streetlights is just so expensive. And to me, I was wondering if there is a way of. I'm not necessarily talking about this one funding specifically, but to think about this and maybe. I would love more explanation about why the cable, why not the cable, and are there smaller upgrades we can make into those systems to, buy ourselves more time instead of investing almost millions of dollars in a couple streetlights. They're so expensive. I'm shocked how expensive they are. Councilmember Petro?
So I am interested in, if we had the magic wand, how many new ones would we need to keep pace with growth? And how many would we need to replace on an annual basis if we just had a magic wand and could do whatever we wanted?
Okay, great questions. Lynn Jacobs, City Transportation Director, and maybe I'll start with your question about the catenary line. So we call it an overhead catenary system, and that's where you have the cables and the signal heads hang from those cables. That was the technology like 90 years ago. All of the signals that you see that are like that, like 90.
Oh.
Most of the signals you see are like 80, 90 years old when you see that configuration. The biggest problem we have with those is that they swing in the wind. So if we have a windstorm, you can't see that signal head. Other parts of the country, they still use them, but we as a state really avoid them because of the snow and wind issues that we have here. And so we've really been trying to upgrade and move away from those. When you see those older signals, the real problem is all the other infrastructure that's involved. So you see the traffic signals, you think, okay, I've got a pole, I've got a mast arm, a couple of heads. There is so much more that goes into a signal. There's a massive cabinet that has a very high-end computer in it that runs the signal and tells it what to do. It has to be connected via fiber back to our system so that we can manage and modify and work on that signal remotely. There's just so much that goes into it. As mentioned in the CIP application, one of the critical things here is how the signal detects people. So if it's detecting you and it knows you're there, it can operate so much more efficiently and intelligently. One of the very first things that will break in a signal is the detection system. And so once that happens, then it goes back to this default pre-timed condition that's just really frustrating for drivers because you're sitting there and you're seeing that you have a red light and you don't see any obvious reason why you do. And so we're always constantly trying to partner with UDOT and partner with federal agencies to get more money to do these upgrades. But honestly, it's a thing that has definitely been neglected over the years, and we have a massive backlog of signal issues to deal with. And so, Councilmember Petro, to answer your question, I think we typically see about 1 or 2 signals a year that we really should be installing, new ones. I think the most recent example of that's up on 2100 North, out by Boeing's facility out there. Mm-hmm. They've experienced such massive rapid growth out there. And I don't know if you experienced it, but the traffic backups were horrendous. And now we've got that signal in place, and it's been just a huge improvement for all the people working at the airport and all the people in that area. I think with the growth in the Northwest Quadrant, we're going to see more and more need for that. So if we could fund constructing 1 or 2 a year, it would really help us. But the backlog we have, we really need to be rebuilding a couple of these every year. A new signal costs about $500,000. And it's shocking to me because when I started my career, that number was like $200,000. This is one of the things that has seen the biggest inflation of anything in our industry. And honestly, it's hard to say why. The technology is constantly being upgraded. They're moving to LiDAR now, so that's kind of the new detection technology that's out there. UDOT is way on board with LiDAR, and we're seeing some real advantages. The new LiDAR units, they can actually sense if a pedestrian is still in the crosswalk, and they can hold the signal so that that pedestrian can get out of the intersection before they let traffic go.
Wow.
So there's some huge advantages if we can just upgrade our system and make it work more intelligently. It seems like a lot of money, but it's a really good investment to make for quality of life for people that are out there.
Are there grants on this space that we should maybe be pursuing more? For?
Yeah, there are actually. And so one of the things we recently applied for is an SS4A grant to try to get some funding. The SS4A is the Safe Streets for All. Robin Hutchinson, the former director of transportation, was actually instrumental in making that program happen. So we've applied for a grant this year, and we're intending to use that grant, if we're successful, for LiDAR upgrades. And if we're successful, we're going to do a ton of that and hopefully get a lot of these upgrades done without having to fully, like you said, fully replace the whole signal. If we could just upgrade the detection, that gets us a long ways towards where we want to be. So we're trying to be smart about it.
So does this then represent the total budget for the year for all of the traffic lights throughout the city?
This is what we're requesting for this year, to go out and strategically replace a few old ones.
But this doesn't supplement something in the general budget as well. This is exclusively it.
It is.
All right. Who wants to start the traffic light company with me? We'll sell it for just $450, cost savings.
Yes.
Just to kind of tie into that, the streets division does maintenance on all these signals. So as Lynn was describing, like when you update the LiDAR system, we then maintain them, and we have a certain life cycle of, in order to be compliant with, federal and state laws, they need to be replaced every so many years. And every single component of a traffic signal has its own life cycle. So transportation replaces an entire intersection. Streets just does maintenance and replaces like the cabinet one year and then maybe the light head the next. So you will see later on a request for maintenance funding, and that isn't replacing an entire intersection, it's just the components of the entire system in the city to make sure that we're keeping them in good running order.
And then as we upgrade a new signal, then that makes the burden on them to maintain it easier because they have newer equipment to work with, rather than trying to piecemeal something that's kind of a patchwork that's out there.
But then they're also more expensive.
For sure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, we also have, wasn't the light, the street light, the stop light, the first invented here in the state of Utah? I believe that's true. Chris?
Yeah, it is, and yeah, it's still in operation, one of the ones that we need to replace. No, it's not. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But if anyone knows where it is,
that's what I was going to ask.
We need it.
I believe I mentioned this in a meeting I had with the staff last week or the week before, and someone mentioned that it may be, one of them may be saved someplace. I felt like we should do a citywide hunt in whatever cabinet we have to find this original light, because I think it's worth to highlight the ingenuity of Salt Lakers. So thank you for allowing me to go into that route. Next.
Great. Next up is project number 6. It's the street overlay. So when streets don't need to be completely reconstructed, the streets division does an overlay, and they have requested $3.3 million. And there is a list of the several streets that they plan to target with this within the log. Questions, comments? Okay. Next up, project number 7. This is for safe and open clean park restroom program replacement. You'll notice that we have a project that's for replacement and another one that's for like fixes. So this one's a replacement though. This project will replace one failing restroom and then upgrade one at the Riverside Park. It's for $1.1 million. So Everyone recommended approval of that, and we're going to go ahead and keep going.
Also very expensive to replace a bathroom. I don't know how complicated it is, but it's shocking to me that it cost over $1 million to do a bathroom, really.
Yeah, we had this conversation last year also, and I think the number for a new bathroom last year was $750,000, but we're getting replacement of one and updates of another, so. Okay, next up on the log, we have project number 8, the Jordan River Sewer and Stormwater Infrastructure Improvements. The system is not properly connected to the city's stormwater and sewer systems, causing frequent backups into the parking lot and northern portion of the park. This has been requiring emergency maintenance, which this project would get rid of and make it cleaner and healthier and safer for all. So, great. Project number 9. This is our Vision Zero corridor project. They requested $2.3 million for this, and they have been recommended by both entities for this. There are 3 priority corridors, including Redwood Road, 900 West, and 800 South. If approved at this level, it is proposed that $1.2 million go to the Vision Zero corridors that I just listed, and an additional $1.1 million go to safety improvements citywide, including selected crosswalks near schools.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
I wanted to flag a constituent item that's later on in our packet. It's number 37. In that constituent request, there's a request for a crosswalk at Mead Ave and West Temple. And so if you can't picture that in your head, that is right where the off-ramp is from the freeway. So this council has made some really, and other, including the county, have made some really important improvements to that Mead Ave underpass area, and it's now become a destination where children are coming to play, where neighbors are gathering, and I'm concerned, along with this constituent, with vehicles traveling at such a high velocity and slowing down there, it's a real safety concern. And so, while I love what the constituent put forward in their request, knowing that this year is tight, I would love if we can find perhaps $40,000 to allocate towards a crosswalk and flashing beacon right at that intersection of Mead Ave and West Temple.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, William.
I appreciate this on the Vision Zero. I was thinking about the red light cameras and the idea that, we're not allowed to have red light cameras because, but could we have a red light cameras that just counted the number of violations that we have of people running the red lights? Nothing more than just a program to count the number of red lights violations we had in lights we have in the city. To maybe highlight that to the state legislators. And I'm not sure if that would go under this thing or how, if you could somehow tie that into the Vision Zero aspect. I'm just throwing out the idea on the funding. It came to just as I was looking through this weekend.
I love that idea. We actually have the ability to get that data already from many of our traffic signals. So the ones that actually are upgraded and have good detection record frequency of red light running. So we could pull that information and create a report based on what we have. Now, we won't be able to do it at every location in the city because a lot of our signals are old and don't have the right detection.
But if you can already do that, then I would love to have that.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
We'll put that
it's not on the CIP,
we'll put that
but I'd
in the
love to have
hopper.
that data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be very useful for years. When I joined the council, I came hot on this issue. I fell on my face multiple times.
I'm
But
good with
that
you. Yeah, we both
that
have
data would be
failed.
very useful.
Yeah.
I really would love to see those camera.
I agree 100%. Red light running is a huge issue for this issue. Yeah, you bet.
We're good? Yeah. More thoughts?
let's go through all of them, and then I'd love to circle back and see, shaking the couch cushions, if we can come up with at least 40,000
Yeah.
for this crosswalk.
We got that.
Thank you.
It's next.
Great. Next up is project number 10, urban trails. There are 2 plans that direct different urban trails throughout the city. This year's funding request will allow the design of the Red Butte Creek Trail, Airport Trail rehabilitation, and the construction of active transportation gaps, which is sidewalks or bikeway gaps. The request was for $450,000 and all recommended approval. Great. Next project number 11. This one, the CDCIP board recommended funding, but the mayor did not. This is the only project where the CDCIP board recommended funding and the mayor did not, just so you're aware. It's a lighting replacement to improve safety and access within parks.
Do we have more context as to why this wasn't included? I mean, this is a year of hard decisions, but any additional context into why it wasn't included in the mayor's recommended funding?
I'm going to guess that it wasn't included because there were so many there's so many projects for 20 million below. But we can follow up with that, yeah. Great. Okay, project number 12, facilities replacement and renewal. This was a request for $2.9 million. They've been recommended to be funded at $2.7 million. This includes such items for the facilities, including this building, of life safety and code compliance, structural integrity, and core infrastructure systems and operational building systems. Okay, next item, project number 13, traffic signal capital maintenance. So as Julie mentioned a little bit ago, this is that maintenance to keep those street signals running smoothly. They asked for $750,000. They've been recommended for $500,000. If it was $5 million, I think everyone would be happy. Yeah.
Circling back on number 11, on the light replacement for safety, can we get more details of, maybe it's on me to research on specific, what areas, what parks, more information about, to me, get improvements in the parks that improve safety, it's pretty high in the hierarchy of needs. So even if we can throw a little money at it, if we can find something, spread the peanut butter a little bit, it might be useful.
Yeah, this is Kat Ander from Public Lands. Our prioritized locations for lighting replacement are City Creek Park, Memory Grove, and the City Creek Road going up to City Creek. We're prioritizing those because they are the oldest assets and in the worst condition and need to be repaired most frequently and require the largest maintenance obligation. And so those are our proposed locations at this time, but we have flexibility if there are other preferences. Also being in Central City, we wanted to prioritize lighting from a safety perspective in those locations.
That makes a lot of sense. And unfortunately, Chris is not here right now. He would have loved to hear those parks. I'm glad that he's not here, actually. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next.
Great. The next 3 applications were not recommended for funding. Project number 14, which is the Transit Capital Program. I think these 3 fall under that category of they'd be really great, but there's not enough peanut butter to spread around. So the Transit Capital Program for 2027, the Plaza 349 balconies, and the demolition of the Colfax and Odyssey House. Just gonna keep.
So I think my question on number 14 was just related to that it leverages the outside funds from UTA. I'm just trying to get a sense of like how large are those funds? Because like if it's a 1-to-1 match or if it's like we'll give you $5,000, like that makes a difference.
Yeah, I'll look into that and answer that.
Number 14.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Let's go ahead and move on to number 17.
A quick question.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Where are the locations of Colfax and the Odyssey House? What's the address?
Oh, I looked that up. And I will give, JP's coming up.
Yeah, it's just south of 600 South off 2nd East. So where our facilities and youth and families located, just behind that to the south. I'm not
And
sure
those
the
are-
exact.
Okay, and those are currently vacant structures that pose a safety risk, and I imagine folks getting involved in nefarious activities.
We struggle
those
with
sites.
vacant structures, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to visually see where they were. Thank you.
Are they city-owned? Or are we doing,
Both are city-owned, yeah, the
They're both
city owns
city-owned.
all of those properties.
thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have a sense of what, the cost? I know it's very expensive to maintain the security of these vacant buildings. Do we have a sense of what we're spending currently on those buildings to keep them secure?
I think the proximity of those two buildings being right behind our facilities building where all of our people are, it's not as bad. We have a security system, so those stay pretty clear. But I mean, the other ones, I would have to get back to you on how much those cost. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions on those two? Okay, and just so you know, I'm making a list of follow-up questions, and if you have any that you come up with by the end of the month, would be very helpful to get your questions by the end of the month so that we can get responses from the administration before we meet for our next briefing. Okay, project number 17. This project, the CDCIP board did not recommend funding, but the mayor did. It's streets legal compliance with 2010 ADA standards for accessibility. This has a lot to do with sidewalks. And it's recommended for $750,000.
Just wondering where? Just 500 locations around the city, or are they $1 million too, like everything else? Like the toilets and everything?
Julie Crixton, I don't think I introduced myself last time, Public Services. The locations are prioritized once we receive funding, but it'll be anywhere where ADA access can be limited. So that could be ramps, but that could also be like if there's some panels that are like totally non-traversable, so like no one can walk on that sidewalk or, take a stroller or wheelchair down it. So we try to spread that as equitably throughout the city as possible and start with like the oldest and most severe first. So we can provide a more detailed list. Sorry?
How long is your list?
Long. It's quite long. Yeah, the windstorm in 2020 did a lot more damage to our sidewalk system, and so we've been catching up ever since. 2 years ago, I think there was extra funding allocated for sidewalk maintenance, which was very beneficial and has helped us a lot, but it's just a very large system, and a lot of it is older, and so there's always a big need. But we can get a more detailed list if desired.
Councilmember Young and then Dugan.
Yeah, I'll just share that we received a report as council probably like less than like a year, maybe 2 years ago, related to all of the ADA compliance needs, this being one of them. And I just remember like it wasn't like millions of dollars, it was like tens of millions of dollars that were necessary for us to get compliant. So I do know that I've seen the city take action steps to incorporate those aspects into the new projects, like as they come online and come forward. But I'm pretty sure this will be a drop in the bucket compared to what the comprehensive need is. So thank you.
And I can't remember, was there a federal date or a penalty if we didn't have so many done by a certain date on any other transportation funding?
As far as I'm aware, the timeline was like having a plan in place. It wasn't necessarily like the execution of certain things, but we can triple confirm that to make sure. But it was more like, do you have a plan of like, hey, this is when we'll do these things over the next 10 years as funding allows, stuff like that.
Quick question regarding this. I was reading this article about the cost of infrastructure for cities and how different cities get more for their buck on, actually they were talking about ADA ramps on corners, and they were comparing one city versus another one, and one getting a lot more for little money and the other one getting very cost inflated, not because of them, but because of the bids and whatnot. And I saw that the city, in some cases, is doing one ramp that serves both directions. I wonder if the city has a standard practice to reduce the amount of cost and at the same time getting further into this long list of improvements needed.
I know we have we try to address the legal need of ADA, but we could definitely look at can we standardize saying, does one direction legally meet in more locations than not, so we could lessen the cost in that way. We can definitely explore that.
Yeah. I will definitely love to see, any way that we can stretch our dollars, and if in some intersections it work to have one ramp versus two that serves both directions. I would love to see if we can get that.
Yeah, we can explore that. And one measure that we do have standardized is that when we hire a contractor to do this work, we try to not pick 12 different locations across the city and have them driving back and forth. We try to say, okay, there's an economy of scale of saying you're in this area, you're already mobilized, let's try to focus on all the issues in those few specific blocks and then move you to another block and do all those areas as well. So that is one cost saving measure we've implemented, but I think we can definitely explore the ones you mentioned.
Thank you. Next.
Great. The next two applications were not recommended for funding. They were department applications. So Project 18, irrigation upgrades and supportive water-wise landscaping program, not recommended. And the Project 19, bikeway gaps in 2027, also not recommended.
I would let Councilmember Dubin.
Yeah, just on the water side of the house, a couple of questions. How much savings of water would we get from that program? And then the second is just, can we get, the state's talking about water conservation. Is there any state funding for water conservation efforts on, we have the smart metering, we have this, rip your strip, we're going to give you $3 a square foot for your yard. How about giving us 1.2 million for some water landscaping program? I mean, just 1.2, that's nothing big.
Yeah.
For them.
Yeah, I would have to get more information on the water savings kind of exact numbers, but I think some of the things that'll provide a lot of efficiencies are right now our aged irrigation systems, our overhead spray, providing water to trees and turf. And so in drought situations, we either have to turn off our entire system, which stresses out the trees and kind of puts our canopy at risk, or we water the turf in addition. And so as we separate those out, we'll be able to water only trees, not turf, in our drought conditions, and then replacing passive areas with native water-wise landscaping can reduce water use up to 60% in those areas. So I'll have to get more information on individual dollar amounts. But we are, as we're doing, implementing new projects outside of this program, we are upgrading all of our irrigation, separating out trees and turf irrigation where possible, and utilizing as many of those programs as possible. They're kind of on a smaller scale. A lot of our irrigation systems included in this program are kind of wholesale parks that require a significant amount of kind of overhaul and investment. So that's why you're seeing larger dollar amounts for those.
We also got a report years ago from Public Lands on this issue, and it's a lot of money that is needed to upgrade our parks to the standard that we need to. I would like two things. One is that we can, as a city, advocate for, I'm dreaming too big right here, state participation in public lands and we are not the only city that has this issue. It's pretty much every city with older parks, with the majority of cities. And we're talking about a significant impact on our water. We can save a ton of water if we actually are able to upgrade these systems. But no city in this valley will have the capacity to do this ever. There is always a bigger emergency for us. So that will be one thing that I hopefully we can put together a little plan, start lobbying and getting partners in our state leadership to see if we can get some matching funds, I don't know, something, anything really. And the other thing is, I went through the classes, the WaterWise classes to learn how to localscape. This is through during the pandemic. I learned how to do all those things. It was very fun. I would love to see if there is a way of getting creative on how to separate both our lawns and our trees. They might not be as pretty as we wish they were, right? So trenching and pulling all the pipes and replacing them with multiple zones, and all of that is expensive, I get it. But I wonder if there is a strategic plan that we can say, we can do this with this median, or with these several medians, we can actually put the irrigation lines above the ground for the trees, and then we can start, in smaller chunks, making strategic investments to get us closer. I wish people, and to me, I think it's something that people should see. They should see those pipes outside, above ground, those irrigation pipes above ground. Those are, flimsy, right? We know how they are. Because they need to also do the same. We also need to do the same to start separating our lawns versus our trees and conserve water that way. So I think I would love to see something in that aspect where we can teach, but also show by example how tenuous the issue is.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. And we appreciate you funding this program the last couple of years, and I think part of the intent of some of that funding is using some of the medians and islands that were funded in the previous years to kind of do demonstration gardens. We're working with our communications team to kind of do communications campaigns surrounding this, because there'll be a big shift in aesthetic from kind of the lawn look to the native look, and so I think you're spot on there, and we're going to start doing that. And so yeah, we can definitely keep you informed as those projects kind of start coming online, and we can kind of see examples of those with our existing funding. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. So the next project, also not funded, recommended for funding, Bikeway Gaps 2027. Any questions? Should we keep going? Great. Project number 20. This was not recommended by the CDCIP board, but it was by the mayor. You may recall we discussed this in the budget review, that the septic system is costing a lot of money in maintenance. So
I tried to kill it. I couldn't. It was obvious that we needed it. So just saying. No porta potties.
Yes. Okay, project number 21, not recommended for funding. It was the Civic Center construction documents. That's mainly because there's funding coming from other sources on that. So I think we're good to go there. Project 22, this is citywide project, parks legal compliance with 2010 ADA standards for accessible design program. Mayor recommended funding, CDCIP did not. It's for pedestrian access routes, playgrounds, and accessible ground surfacing for play areas, and access within and to restrooms for ADA compliance.
Councilmember Young.
Can we just get the up to 7 parks, like just a better understanding of what those proposed priorities are?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Oh, I think they're coming. I think you're going to get an answer.
I can provide that now or in writing, whatever is easier.
Yeah, no, I'm very
Great.
curious.
Our priority list, and this is based on the mayor's office self-evaluation and transition plan that they did a couple of years ago. So we prioritize Parley's Way Park, Jordan Park, 6th East Park, Lindsay Gardens Park, Ballpark Playground, West Point Park, and Davis Park. And the most expensive part of this funding is accessible surfacing in playgrounds. So we'd be replacing the EWF, which is engineered wood fiber, the wood chips, which is not technically, it is technically ADA compliant with a certain level of maintenance that we're not necessarily able to guarantee. And so we'd be replacing that with the rubber poured in place to make it fully accessible. So that's kind of where the lion's share of that comes. And then access to and within restrooms and from arrival points to amenities within the park.
Thank you.
Great. Project, I think there might have been another, nope, Project 23. This is a constituent application and recommended for funding for Highland Park Elementary sidewalks. I want to point out that with the constituent applications, the CDCIP was really looking at safety improvements around schools. So this checks those boxes.
So when we do things like this, we just talked about a larger citywide goal with sidewalks. Are those citywide goals superimposed onto this as well so that we're getting bang for our buck? Like, we're going to do the ADA compliance here as well to make sure, like, I can't imagine we would rebuild without an ADA compliance, but I have very mixed emotions about constituent-led applications that feel like they're cutting in line when we have a department that prioritizes. So I would never say no to something that helps kids get to school safely, but it does feel like a redundant ask that might be reprioritizing. So tell me at least if we're going to do that reprioritizing, that we are making sure that the citywide priorities are being observed and we're just checking that off our list of to-dos.
No, that's a great point. Every opportunity where we can combine projects under a single contractor. And so when we take these and we get our approved list that is funded, we will look at our other railway projects, livable streets projects, local streets projects, sidewalk projects, where we can get economies of scale to do multiple projects under one. So you may never see, if this get approved, an actual project that lists just this project. It will be lumped up under another local streets projects. And that's across the board, kind of back to my comments for item number one. Every opportunity that we can to combine projects through economies of scale to get that bang for the buck, that's what we look at citywide.
That's what I'm young.
Yeah, so obviously this is in my district. I will just say this is like a really interesting one because we, as like both the neighborhoods and working with council and the administration, looked at other solutions. And so we were like, could we even start with like just painting out an area that was like this part's for the kids, you know, within that space. And because of the nature of this road and like how gravelly it is, that paint wouldn't last. And so I just wanted to highlight that they pursued other like less expensive like potential solutions and vetted those only to just find out that that wasn't going to be feasible. One of the applicants for this actually had a child who was hit on the way to school, and it's one of those things where it's marked by the school district as this is how you get to school, and yet there's no sidewalk. So they're just competing with cars, and it's creating a safety issue. So anyway, I just wanted to provide that additional color to the application.
Thank you.
Great. Next application, project number 24. This is another constituent application that was recommended for funding.
Let me interrupt you. So I just remember years ago we tried, not to take the merits out of this because I know how hard you worked on advocating for this. I 100% on board supporting it. But Victoria and myself brought up to the city the sidewalk by Wallace Stegner years ago, and there is not one, and it's gravel and pointy weeds.
And even more traffic, thanks to the other things that we approved with that sidewalk as a contingency.
And the city, because this is a charter school, albeit one of the most successful charter schools in the valley, and probably one of the most prestigious ones out there. There was a lot of reasons why this sidewalk couldn't happen. And there's semis and trucks and cars and no sidewalk still. And I would love to highlight that as a place where hopefully we can do something at some point. We brought it up 4 years ago. I hope that at some point we can do something, maybe paint. Maybe this is one of those roads that maybe some of the things that we learned from this other project we can do here to get us a little closer to a real solution. So thank you. Sorry, it just popped in my head and I can now keep it.
Great. Okay, got that note down. Project number 24, good to go? Yep. Okay, this is another constituent application for 1700 South Neighborhood Byway Crossings. They are proposing 6 of these between 200 East and 1200 East. This was recommended for approval. Okay. The next application was not recommended for approval. It was a constituent application to repave alley number 4195.
Yes.
I have a question about this one. So I think the question I just had was about the narrative in terms of the fact that it was damaged by a contractor. And I guess I'm trying to figure out like roles and responsibilities related to like if they have another option to pursue improvements from the contractor?
So whenever we'll have construction like in this area, if that alleyway becomes kind of an unintended route or an intended route, usually we don't like to divert construction traffic onto alleyways, but they just happen to end up being that way. If there's damage that can be attested to a contractor, we will absolutely pursue those with the contractor as part of their corrective and warranty periods that are associated with construction. But I would have to go back through to take a look at this one in particular to see if we were able to pinpoint this was the contractor. I can assure you that if it is the contractor's responsibility and they damaged it and we can prove that through photos or through investigation, then we'll do so. We often admonish contractors and anyone that we can take a look at pre-construction photos or videos. That really saves everyone and provides accountability in the sense that, hey, we can attest this to damage or the road was already deteriorated. We can't really attest it to just construction traffic other than just older roadway that deteriorated with some additional traffic. So if we can determine and if the wording of this is such that it is on the contractor, then we'll absolutely hold the contractor responsible and I'll go back and take a look at it.
Yeah, I just appreciate us looking into that, just to at least determine responsibilities in terms of informing whether or not this applicant should come back in the future or if we might have a different avenue for them to pursue.
No, I'll follow up on this one.
Thank you.
Great. Next is project number 26. This was charging stations for the PSB Phase 3. Last year you approved phases 2 and 1. So this is the last phase of the EV charging. And it was recommended by the mayor, but not by the CIP board. Great. Next application is a constituent application number 27, and it was recommended for funding. It's the Rose Park Safe Routes to School Crossing Safety Improvements. Again, looking at those crossings near schools. Yes. Great. Great.
See previous school-based discussions, same thing.
Yes. Okay, next application. The next
3 applications were not recommended for funding. Application 28, traffic circle at 700 South, 500 West. Application 29, access control transition to S2. And then application 30, this was a constituent application, Poplar Grove, 500 South, traffic calming.
Sarah, sorry.
I have a question on number 29 and just the access control transition to S2. It noted that there's 13, and I don't know if this is a security issue and maybe better answered offline, but it says that there's 13 facilities. I'm just curious, like could we get like an overview of like what those key facilities are that are still missing this?
Without getting into detail about each individual facility, Maya can elaborate on some of those. The effort that we've gone through over multiple years to just upgrade the facilities that haven't been upgraded are still working. It's a matter of some technical back-end things and then carrying 2 badges. So folks that a lot of people are still carrying 2 badges, and the system, the old system, is old.
Okay, that's helpful. I know security has been a key consideration of this council, and so I appreciate that. I guess I would just flag this one in terms of like a comprehensive citywide concern, maybe for future conversation.
Yeah, we're still upgrading if we have remaining funds. Like this last year, we did have some remaining funds. Mike can provide some detail on that, but we're still making progress.
Yeah, so once we found out we were not going to receive funding for this project, most likely, we were able to find some end-of-year funding to cover our streets and fleet facilities, which was crucial because PD is going in for fuel after hours just to make sure that they can access those. Remaining facilities will be public lands, the Liberty Park Maintenance Yard, Liberty Park Youth and Family, and then Fairmont and Ottinger Hall Youth and Family facilities.
Thank you. That's helpful. I guess I've seen in our budgets and our budget amendments, sometimes we've been replacing city vehicles and materials that have been damaged, like due to like security issues, and knowing that we're investing in more of those solutions, I just again would flag this one maybe for future conversation.
Thank you. I would like to flag the number 28 traffic circle on 700 South, 100 West. My question for the administration connected this with a request from CRA to fund the improvements in that street. And I wonder if those improvements could include some pieces of this. Since we're gonna rebuild that street, I wonder why not just throw the circle in it. So I would love to see how those two connect, because we have a circle right now. It's in paint and in cones, but it's a circle. So we just need a little curve, and maybe the dinosaur goes back to it eventually, which was the intended purpose for the dinosaur. But we'll love some information about that at some point. Oh, maybe now. Amazing. Administration is on it today. Amazing. Always on it.
Lynn Jacobs again, Transportation Director. I brought up Becca Rolfe. Oh, gotta push my button. Lynn Jacobs, Transportation Director again, and I brought up Becca Rolfe. Becca is our transportation lead on the 500 West project, that project formerly known as the Green Loop, or the beautification project of 5th West, which is included in the complete street reconstruction. So
yeah, I
Becca,
apologize. Which project is this? The
28.
Which roundabout is this? Where are we on?
Traffic circle 700 South, 500 West.
28.
28, yes.
So the design team is currently working on a conceptual design for 500 West and working intensively with the businesses and the Granary District Alliance in that area. We've talked about the possibility of incorporating a traffic circle or a roundabout into the design, and we've also proposed some other possible designs. And so we're currently at the point where we're getting that kind of feedback from the community. So if it turns out that going in the direction of a roundabout is really what they want, we can certainly pursue that as part of that reconstruction project and as part of that design. If there's other things that could be done to that corridor to improve the green space, improve the walkability, and make that intersection narrower and safer, then we might end up going in a slightly different direction. So whether that's the specific solution for the community's request is a little bit to be determined, and we're having that discussion actively with the community.
I'm confused because this is the Granary District Alliance requesting a roundabout. So what you just heard was we are asking the community what they want, but yet we have here requests from them.
This is in the context of the greater reconstruction of proposed reconstruction of 3 blocks of Fifth West. So that intersection, like the roundabout solution was put up with the constraints of the rest of the street being what they are. If you're changing the rest of the street, you have an opportunity to re-envision the intersection completely. And that is a greater level of transformation than what was originally put up as a temporary solution and then was asked for as a permanent solution here.
And this all has to do with the timing of the application as well. So they would have applied for this last fall. We were just barely starting our conversation about what this project could look like about that time. And so as it has evolved, we don't know yet. It could be a roundabout, could be something else. That's something we're going to work closely with them. But I think to answer your direct question, yes, this intersection would be addressed with the complete street reconstruction of that location.
Amazing. That's what I really wanted to hear, because we already sort of gave a go-ahead on the CRA funding. So to me, I wish we can accomplish whatever it is. Maybe it's a different thing, but something there. So we are in the same.
Our
Something will
commitment
happen.
is to work with them closely to make sure that we get a great solution at that location.
I would hate that we finish something and a year later we're like breaking it to build a roundabout. I would lose
Precisely.
my mind.
Yeah. Great comment. Thank you.
Yeah, and there will be another round of public engagement on this, in particular in August.
Amazing. Please let me know because I work in the area. So thank you.
Absolutely.
So we are a little beyond time.
Yes, we are. And our applicant is here, right? Yes? Oh, yes. Okay. Then we will stop right there. Thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate everybody in the administration too for their prompt answers, clear direction. I'm amazed.
Can I just?
Yeah.
Just a reminder to council members that if you do have any other questions about the CIP projects, to please send those to staff. We will not only be compiling any information we can gather in response to your questions with the administration's great help, but also if you have interests on projects that we didn't get to yet, we can also compile that list so that it's in the updated staff report and council members are aware of all council member interests and funding changes.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're now moving on to item 9, which is a board appointment to what's affectionately known as the Peanut Board, Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails. And we have an advisory board, and Tyler Thunell is here with us. So Tyler, would love for you to come up. And just share with us about a minute or so, a little bit about your background and why you're interested in serving on the Peanut Board.
Yeah, thanks for the time. It's been insightful to sit and listen. So I've grown up here my whole life. I was born and raised in the Avenues. My wife and I own a retail store in the Avenues on 2nd Avenue and Q Street called Mara. And we've realized the importance of community over the years and how much we are invested in our backyard and the people around us. I'm lucky enough to work in the cycling industry, which is my biggest passion. Really anything with two wheels, mountain bikes and road bikes and gravel bikes and even dirt bikes here and there. The application came as a recommendation from Austin Whitehead, who was a work colleague of mine and is a close friend. And I think that all of this kind of came together somewhat quickly, but it was super exciting. And so I think my potential to have any sort of input on what might develop as far as what's related to the peanut board would be kind of a highlight of mine and something I'm really invested in.
Thank you so much for that. Council members, any questions? Councilmember Dugan?
No, I just appreciate your work with the peanut board because, you know, the trails, the bike paths and all that, and working with, you know, Sweet Streets and others to make our streets safer is so commendable, and I appreciate the passion for it, and keep it up. Thanks.
Well, thank you.
Thank you again for volunteering to serve on this advisory board. So you'll be placed on our consent agenda tonight at our formal meeting, which starts in about 45 minutes. You're welcome to stick around for that formal meeting, but you don't need to be present in order for you to be approved to that board.
Okay. I do have a 4-year-old I have to transfer from
Fair
grandma
enough.
to home.
Fair enough.
And yes.
And thank you for your patience and flexibility this afternoon.
Yeah. No,
So-
it was fun to listen in, so thanks for letting me be here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now moving on to standing items. Items number 10, report of the chair and vice chair. I don't think there's anything to report. And then item 11, report and announcements from the executive director. Any report and announcements? No report and announcements. All right. With that, the council work session is now adjourned. Thank you.